welcome all in one to another exciting episode of Low Initiative's Dragon's Death and Destiny campaign. We are finishing the last of the Paragon path, and yeah, we're just gonna get right into it. And since I've done this so many goddamn times, I'm going to pretty much skip the intro for this. Basically, you guys had some time after failing a mission. You guys were kind of recoiling from that. Some good stuff happened, some bad stuff happened. You got your Dragon Daddy some drinks. Uh, he got some sips. No. You guys met an interesting army that came through the Neuroasis. Some of them look like uh Naturia, some of them look like Cletus. Fast forward, you guys got called to the palace. Sultan says, "Hey, there's a lot of crazy shit happening, so you guys need to get your butts in gear." So he decided that send you all on a month-long training exercise. Basically, he signed each of you guys a teacher, and you guys went back to the Dick's Halfway Inn, and you guys went to sleep. Ruia, you find yourself waking up.
Take a look around and see if anyone else is in said room.
Yeah, Nat is passed the fuck out. She is snoring. She looks pretty comfy.
That's good. That's good. Out of curiosity, I've always wondered this. Is there a window in this room?
Yes.
Okay. Uh,
You're staring at a mountain,
okay.
which you see with your dark vision because it is still pretty much night out.
Okay. That answered my second question then.
Yes. But you do wake up with a lovely fragrance of various flowers and fauna, flora. Sorry, not fauna, flora.
So good. Yeah, just see like a random deer just trot into the room.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, that's just Nat. She just hasn't, had a bath in a while. Anyways,
Oh dear. Um. Yeah. So if it's still relatively early and whatnot, I'll do a long story short. I think 'cause, I'd be writing a letter to Shark saying like I'm going away for a month. I hope everything goes well. The letter.
yes,
Mm.
you write the letter.
I write the letter. And
Okay.
yeah, I just like stealth out of the room not to wake Nala up and just post it under the door.
Okay.
Yeah. Um.
So you slide the letter underneath the door,
Mhm.
and you are standing in the hallway, all silent.
Mm. Um. Let's think. Should I? I'm trying to think how early it would be. So she'll go downstairs to the bar just to see if anyone's up or about.
Yes, there B is. Give me a second. Grab my notes for that. You see, this early in the morning,
Mhm.
you see, Crevice, Gredel, Alfine, Gilneth, and Sinmel all awake, and they are all at the bar.
Okay. Is any one of them? Because I can't remember who's like serving drinks or are they just chatting.
Right now, the place is still pretty much empty.
Okay.
No one's really serving anything. But Crevasse is the beholder.
Mhm.
Gretel is the mind flayer. Gilneth is the scarred woman, and Sinmel is the other drow.
Okay. Is that the other drow that she was talking to before, or?
Sort of.
Okay.
You guys had that rough conversation beforehand, where you were kind of awkwardly asking and talking about stuff.
Yeah,
Is that the one you're talking about?
I just wanted to make sure there's no like second drow that I don't know about.
No, this is Sinmel.
Okay. Okay. She'll just sit at a bar, not with everyone. I'm sure they've all got their own clique. It's just like sits at a bar and be deep in thought about what this training could be.
Ensign Mel has had a haircut.
Hmm. What does haircut look like?
Um, well, when you guys first came to the bar, she had like the shaved side, like floosh over.
Mm-hmm.
Now she just has very short hair, like that shaved part grown in. Now she just has like kind of 2-inch spiky long hair.
Okay, I think I got it. Hmm. I think Rose gonna pull out her own little journal diary book and just I think from what she can remember in regards to the tapestry design before it all got ripped to shreds, she's gonna try just recreating that in a little drawing book.
You mean intelligence roll combined with a dex?
Okie dokie. Because doing tapestry went so well before. Intelligence and dex.
Okay. It's rough. It's really rough.
Oh yeah.
It's basic though. You get the point across. And it's just a simple rough drawing of the cosmos. There's a few cosmic presences because there was no names or anything on the tapestry. It was just all art.
Mm.
You do recognize the upper lower planes. You recognize what you think is the elemental chaos. But there are a few planes and stuff that, or basically like spheres of planar existence that were displayed on the tapestry that you're not familiar with or you don't know what they are.
Mm.
So you just kind of make a circle for those. Like, I don't remember what those were, but circle, circle, circle.
Yeah. Imagine very like not like a child just like someone doodling in their workbook because they're really really bored.
Yes.
Yeah, that type style.
You're gonna be able to make a living off this art, but it's serviceable.
Yeah. It makes her happy, and that's what matters.
And as you're drawing this, you see a hand kind of like go past the top of your book, and then
Mhm.
you see an elbow
Mhm.
as you're looking down at your book drawing.
Okay. Do I recognize said hand?
I mean, it looks humanoid, human skin tone.
Okay, I turn around. See who it is.
Well, they're in front of you.
Oh, okay.
Uh, yeah, you see Gilneth standing in front of you. She's like, "Did you need something, dear?"
Uh, yeah. Could I have a tankard of water if that's possible? I know it's early.
No, no, no problem, dear. And you need some breakfast too?
Yeah, that'd be great if you got some available.
Yeah, I think I got one of Dick's better pies in the back. Give me a few moments to heat that up, and
Mhm.
I'll get it out to you.
Okay.
As she's saying that, she's already pouring you your water, and she finishes that, and she disappears into the kitchen. And then as she goes to disappear, you see Crevis's eye stalks look at you,
Mhm.
then look at where she just went. She's like, "I want that one too."
Okay.
And you sit, and after a few, a pie is presented to you.
Mhm. I shall nom on said pie.
Yeah, it's good.
Goodbye. Because Crevice looks like she's enjoying her pie.
Yeah, it's very interesting as she's using her tongue to hold a fork. She's not gripping the tongue. It's just the tip of her tongue is touching the fork, and the fork just seems to be moving with the tongue. And she's kind of using it to just kind of shovel itself onto the tongue. And she swallows the fork still like hanging on the tip of her tongue, sticks it out and does it. But it's very dainty like.
Mhm.
Crevasse is definitely, you know, sticking to the whole dainty lady. bit, and she's doing a great job, despite her, you know,
Lack of hands.
yeah.
Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. Hmm. Think
And
up.
the girls
Hmm?
seem to just be discussing and joking about customers they've had, stories, things like that.
Uh, can I listen to see if they talk about like the Onyx Circle at all?
Sure,
Or
give
like
me a
check too.
perception check.
Yeah. I spy. Damn it. No.
God damn, this is a really good pie. You know, you listen in, like, okay, I'm not hearing it. You listen in. Okay, no, yeah, just nothing's triggering when you're listening. You're not quite sure who or what they're talking about.
Okay. No, I think I've just because they said that they would come to us when it's ready for training and stuff.
Yep.
Um, what time would you say it is about now?
Still super early. Like we're talking like 4 or 5 a.m.
Okay. Um, hmm, hmm. Think. Didn't you then put out like the spider web bit of yarn that she now has?
Okay.
Yeah. Did you just pull that out and just like kind of look at its design, the intricacies of it, then looking back at the other drow, I'm thinking like knowing the connection between the two, but trying to figure out why it's even a connection in the first place. If you kind of know what I mean. Again, more intrigue type thing. I'm trying to
Wait,
think how
what?
to word it. I'm trying to think how to word it myself.
Okay.
Because the obvious connection is there, but it's like,
What obvious connection?
you said that she had like webs all over her and stuff, and she's a drow, so that makes sense.
What makes sense?
The webs, the spider webs and stuff.
Okay, well, what is that making sense to?
The whole drow olive thing.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how to kill 4 hours. You can time skip if you like.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, you sit, calm down, okay? You sit and you play with your string. You every once in a while you look over at Sinmel. Um, but you kind of keep to yourself. And I mean, honestly, you only sit there for about a couple minutes before you hear the door to the inn open.
Okay. Look at that entrance.
You see one female minotaur there.
Huh.
You see Juan enter. And she's immediately walking towards you.
Yeah. I just put my hand up and do like a small wave as I start collecting my fins back.
She does a slow, gentle wave towards you. Good morning, my child. I was told that you were ready to head out for the day.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, if you would, and if you're ready, make sure to gather your things, and we can leave immediately.
Yeah. Of course. As I am gathering my fins and stuff. I imagine I took everything from downstairs.
Sure.
Beforehand. Yeah. But be
So
like,
you
and I was
go
just
ahead.
I was just gonna say like after gathering fins, be like, so what's the plan?
Oh, you'll see when we arrive.
Okay.
Better to show you than to just explain.
Yeah, father was like that as well. No. Yeah, she'll grabbing all the stuff and be ready to head out.
Okay. gather up all your stuff, throw it in your bag. You look over at Nat, who's still like,
Be
and
like, can I just say, as I'm leaving the door, just be like, good luck.
okay,
Yeah.
see, but you head back downstairs where Juan is waiting at the front door for you.
Okay. It's all good.
Is that what you do? You just walk up and say it's all good?
No, don't say that. I should just like go up and nod.
Are you ready?
Mhm.
This way. And
Yeah.
she exits the door, and you guys start meandering through an oasis.
Mhm.
Um, I don't think you guys have ever been up during this time.
No, at least I haven't.
Um, it's different. These are probably during the only few hours that an oasis has any semblance of a calm. A lot of the streets are pretty much empty. There's a few early bird like merchants and stuff like that trying to claim stall spots, but for the most part, it's pretty vacant. You see some guards here and there. You see a little bit of the mess from last night's activities, but you do see a few of the palace, or not palace, but you see a few of the town's guard with basically sacks cleaning up the mess.
Mhm.
Um, and you gather that this is probably something that happens most mornings in an oasis. You guys are just never up to see it,
Yeah.
as the town guards are basically left to clean up the mess of the previous night.
Yeah. I was gonna say, is there any drow about?
Um, at this moment, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Mhm.
You do not see any.
Okay.
Unless you have a mirror, there are none.
Okay.
You look down. Oh shit, a dra- Oh, those are my hands.
Yeah.
No, but you guys proceed throughout an oasis, heading up the middle thoroughfare. And eventually you are led to the front of the palace.
Okie dokie.
At Once you guys get to the fountain, you watch as Juan takes a moment. She stares at the pond for a few moments,
Mhm.
or the fountain for a few moments, and then just turns and continues on walking.
Yeah. I like the same bit of the pond that she was looking at. Yeah.
Pond,
Yeah.
fountain. It's pretty as fuck, with
Yeah.
it sprinkling down water and stuff. In the morning, not too great, but in the middle of the day, like if the wind's blowing, you get that little bit of splashback. It's great.
Oh, good. Yeah.
And yeah, she begins walking up the main steps of the brass palace, and you watch as the palace guards all nod as she walks by. She smiles and gently nods in their direction.
Yeah. Just like follow suit.
Um, you're brought you you're brought up and through. You see the door that leads to the throne room.
Mhm.
You guys turn right. You guys go down a hallway.
Mhm.
You go through a set of doors that you recognize as the royal guard living quarters.
Mhm.
You're brought through there. You walk by Raina's room.
Mhm.
And you walk up to.
Question:
Go ahead.
Go walking past Raina's room. Does it say like? Is there any indication that it's Raina's room or like?
You've been there.
No, I can't remember if there was like. I don't know. Could I look through that door? If it's
No,
okay. It's all good.
you just recognize it as Raina's door. You're like, hey, I've been there. That's Raina's room.
Okay.
Um, and you guys come up to a very simple oak-looking door.
Mhm.
And she walks up, opens up the door, enters inside.
Okay. Yep. Follow suit.
Um, you guys enter into a room.
Mhm.
There is a large, simple, very, very simple in design, you know, flowery stuff. Very simple bed. Most of the linens are kind of like a white or an off-white. It's very basic. Seems to be also made out of like an oak. or a white cedar.
Mhm.
Um, and the room has a simple wooden desk, um, a chair. There's a bookshelf full of books. There's another table filled with loose leaves of paper, scroll work. Um, and you see a simple wash basin. Also, in one of the corners, you see something. Go ahead and give me a religious check.
Okay.
Okay. You've heard and seen of these before. This looks like a totemic figurine. Um, you understand that certain religions and cultures use them, in the shamanism and other practices. So you gather this must be one of those.
So just a
Um, it's,
totem thing.
yeah, it's looks
Okay.
to be centered on like a simple wood, like rod with bones, feathers, and other things like attached in a almost kind of a Native American kind of
Okay.
design, almost kind of dream catcher meat. Add some bone to it, kind of.
Mhm.
Very pretty, very simple though. And on the opposite side of the room, there is another door. And she walks to the door.
Mhm.
And as she walks through it, she looks at her room and she looks back towards you. She
Okay.
says, "Excuse the mess.
That's okay.
There is no mess.
Yeah.
Even the paper, the desk with the paperwork, like it's all organized. It's all in stacks.
Yeah. Mhm.
You're looking around this room, and there's doesn't seem to be like a speck of anything out of place."
Mhm. Huh. That is definitely okay.
And she opens up the second door,
Mhm.
and there's like some torchlight in this room. When she opens up the door, you don't really see anything
Mhm.
as far as light. Luckily, you have dark vision, so you can tell that it's goes in a couple feet, and it's turns to stone, nothing but stone, and it's a dark, winding spiral staircase. And you watch as Juan begins to descend it.
Okay. Yeah. Again, just keeps following.
Okay. You ascend about 20 feet down before you reach a platform, and there's another door. This one seems to be made out of iron or similar material. It's big, heavy. There's thick slats on it, and she goes and opens it.
Okie dokie.
And when she goes in there, she says, "Anako," and you watch as all these torches ignite in the room.
I'm guessing
Um,
that's not
the
Elvish or
language you
common.
know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And all the torches light up.
Okay.
In the room, you see a single stone. It almost looks like a fountain in design, but
Mm.
it's almost like a weird stone table. It kind of from the base, it kind of curves inwards, almost like an hourglass, and then it goes up towards the top. And then once it reaches to the top part, it's just a flat, place across.
Mhm.
And she looks around in the corner, and you see a chair down here. And she's like, "Oh, gonna have to thank Grum for bringing this down here." She walks over and kind of like wipes the arm of the chair. She's like, "Oh, you didn't wear gloves like I asked." She like reaches in one of her pouches, pulls out a rag, and she just kind of spits on the rag and just kind of wipes down the armchair of it.
Mm.
Simple wood chair, looks kind of comfy though. And she points to the stone podium table thingy in the center of the room, and she says, "Have a seat."
Okay. And goes over and takes a seat.
Okay. As Juan sits in the wood chair,
Mhm.
and she begins to rock back and forth. You're like, "Oh shit, it's a rocking chair."
Mhm.
And she just sits there for a few moments, just kind of rocking. She kind of like, "So how are you doing?"
Uh, uh, I'm okay. Just
"You don't have to lie to me here. Just us and the spirits here."
mhm. There's like a puzzled face. I'm guessing as I'm looking down, I didn't see anything apart from her.
don't see anything.
Hmm.
Just you and her in a room.
Oh, just stressed out a lot.
Yeah, you guys have a lot on your shoulders. Did you want to talk about it?
Mm. Trying to think. As I've been given all these, I guess, information, and I just don't know the correct answers to.
She kind of chuckles a little bit. Honey, none of us really do. And she reaches towards her left, seemingly like reaching towards something.
Mm-hmm.
And she kind of almost seems to caress something in there. She says, even my ancestors, hundreds though they may be, when I consult them, rarely do I find exactly the truth I'm looking for. What answers do you seek?
Hmm. It's like, have you ever been given, like, I don't know, I guess a mission for something big, and if you failed, in your heart, if you failed your mission, everything's going to just
She
go
chuckles to
awful.
herself. She says, my dear, you do know who I work for, correct?
Yeah, I know.
And she just softly smiles at you. But you speak in riddles, that's my job. Tell me, what's really bothering you?
I want to help. I want to help save those that I care about, but all I seem to do is take away stuff instead, or just not help at all, it seems. I might be able to put like a band-aid on something, but it doesn't. That's
What
not
do you
a
take away?
solution. You're just sitting there, just more thinking about things. Like she knows what she wants to say, but she doesn't quite know the words of how she wants to say it.
All we have is time down here.
Hmm.
She just sits in her chair and continues to rock. 5 minutes go
Yeah.
by. 10 minutes. 15. 30.
I just want a yeah. I just want a solution that helps everyone, betters everyone's needs and wants. Help, you know. It's like spoke to my queen. You know about the Raven Queen and Monterey.
The basics. I tend to stay out of the god's way. It is not my way.
That's fair. Yeah. It's like I would speak to her and she'll give me a answer, but even then I don't fully comprehend what she means. It's like she too likes to speak in riddles, and I suppose most gods would.
Well, it is my firm belief that the gods, powerful they may be, are not infallible, and they are not omnipotent. They rely on us just as we rely on them. The same way I rely on the spirits, they rely on me. It's a give and take in the universe. It's how the cosmos is run. It's why the people of our oasis get along so well. We understand the balance. Have you ever thought that maybe it's not just you who needs to come up with the answer? You do have others with you.
I've tried speaking to him, but I don't think they fully get the gravitas of the seriousness of what my lady was trying to say. At least what I think she was trying to say. They're not one for, you know, the gods either, so to speak. Or spirits for that matter. As she slightly chuckles, at, the whole comrade god and ghost thing.
Well, I mean, they must have some ability to take something serious. I mean, they are heeding my master's words, so that's a start. But there seems to be something else, my dear.
Hmm?
What else is bothering you? There's a recent pain. What is it?
I think out of. No, nothing. I know out of everyone I want to save at this current moment is I know it's difficult, and this is the answer. I'm just trying to seek the most. Is just how do I save Shock more than anything? And
Jacques. That's Dragonborn fella, correct?
mhm.
His existence is very unique. He seems to be, from what I can observe so far, an existence that seems to not want to give up. A spirit of almost unending ability to persevere and survive, to overcome. I know my Sultan has doubts about him, but I've heard the stories of his past. I've heard tale of his accomplishments, and I mean, there's no other way to put it than it is very impressive.
That it certainly is.
So what makes you think that you need to be the one to save him? It's mighty egotistical of you.
Now, again, the others is about the whole, and she does like the whole vampire fan thing.
Yes, I was made aware of this.
Yeah. Like, I was speaking to the others in regards to how to reverse that, and yes, I wasn't expecting them to have an answer, sure, but they were like, oh, just give him a little bit of blood and it'll be fine. It's like, no, that's not saving, that's just putting a band-aid on something. It's all I seem to do is get a band-aid on something. Even with, like,
Let me
Cletus.
ask you
Hmm?
something.
Hmm?
Have you ever asked him what he wants? You keep saying what you need to do, your mission, your goal to save, but I mean, I know you followed death. Not everyone wants to be saved, not everyone can be saved, and some people don't want to be saved by others. Do you know which category he falls into?
I know his goal in that his refusal to die in terms of he wants to, take down some enemies that's want him and whatnot. And then after that, like I did speak to him what he wanted to do afterwards. And yeah, he was just fed up. I think he wants to.
And what if there is no cure to his ailment? Are you ready to live with that? Can you live with that?
In all honesty, I don't know.
So what do you know? And she just kind of has this like very light smile on her face.
I know for a first time I found someone who was, you know, found someone who I wanted to be with and no longer be alone.
Yes, both of your auras definitely show a sign of death that, quite frankly, I've never seen before.
Mm-hmm. Again, confused puzzle face.
Yes, your aura. The spirits seem drawn to it. You seem to have a magnetic pull when it comes to death.
I mean, I don't know, but there's a part of me that's forgotten a lot. I don't know that person. It's like that person is, I suppose, dead in existence, but I still want to know who they were.
So you think this drawing death comes from before you? And she pauses for a moment at the roll what she thinks.
Mm-hmm.
Um, okay, so you believe that these memories that you lost were something that may contain why death is so drawn to you? Why it is so drawn, and you're so drawn to it?
Perhaps
She lets out a light chuckle.
I
No,
don't
my
know.
dear, that has nothing to do with this.
Hmm?
This, what I'm talking about, is your aura, something that is rooted to your very soul and existence. Your memories may change, your experiences in life may vary, but this is something that is a part of you. And she sits up from the rocking chair and she says, I remember you once asked me about memories and things like that.
Hmm?
And to be fair, I never quite gave you a full examination. And she walks up and she says, May I? As she reaches her hands out towards your head.
Yeah.
And she starts going through and she starts first touching two index fingers to your temple. You watch as she closes her eyes. You can see her lips moving like she's muttering something underneath her breath.
Mm-hmm.
And she pauses, and then she goes towards the left side of your head and starts like. Have you ever seen someone like picking for lice, or like
Yeah.
yeah? She's kind of doing that through your hair, like she's getting to the root of everything, and she does it on one side. Then the other side, she says, "Hmm, did you know this was here?
What was there?
Your hand."
No. Yeah. Give it to her.
She holds your hand up and she starts running stuff across a part of your skull. And you're like, okay, that's my skull.
Again. What do you mean?
There is a scar here.
Yeah, I feels a bit more trying to fight through a scar as
Perception
well.
check.
It's 14.
Okay. You're not really feeling anything.
What's it look like?
I don't know. The hair's in the way. Did you want me to move it out of the way?
Yeah, she nods.
She reaches in one of her bags and shriek, shriek. You feel a breeze on the side of your head as you watch as strands of white now lay by your thigh, lap, and your feet. Quite a bit of it.
Haircut. Yeah.
And she continues for a few moments, and she pulls away, reaches into another pouch, and pulls out two mirrors. She holds up one mirror in front of you,
Mhm.
one to the side of your head, and after a little bit of adjustment, you can now see the side of your head.
Is it I'm trying to character better. Like a child has played with scissors trying to do like a half-shaved look.
Kind of,
Yeah.
but this is pretty shaven on the one side of your head now.
Okay.
It's definitely going to be something that you're going to have to either embrace or
Yeah.
yeah, it's rough, but you do now see a very faint line scar going across the top of your skull.
You just like feel it out again. Like probably got that from when I fell out the bow.
The spirits looked into it, and that
Hmm?
injury ran straight to your brain. So I think that what is blocking your memory might be twofold.
Injury causing the loss?
Could be partially injury, but realistically, from what our information says, you use restoration magic. Did you not?
Yeah, I went to the Melanoja shop. There was a restoration spell. I mean, Sin cast it,
We
so.
were aware,
Mm.
and it did nothing. So, if it was a physical injury, more than likely it would have reversed the effects. So I wonder that if it might be a compounded incident, which makes me worry because if the magics of Melanodius was not enough to break through to it, then whatever cast this on you as she kind of runs her finger along the scar is very old and very powerful indeed. This is beyond the scope of any normal mortal magic.
You think whatever did it did the scar as well?
No, that seems to be blunt force trauma,
It's like chuckles at
which
that.
she's saying words that you're like, huh? Like
Yeah.
blunt force trauma, like what? To us that's normal speak, but to them it's like, wait, what? Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
As a player, then I laugh, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
Your skull definitely received a thin hairline fracture across this, and was enough to damage your brain. And she just continues to prattle on with basically modern medical terms.
Yeah.
It's weird, yeah. But she finishes after her explanation, going, "At least that's what the spirits said." Or sorry, I misquoted.
Hmm?
That's what the spirits saw. But there might be other ways to find the information you are looking for.
Oh.
Yes. Tell me more about your past. What
Uh,
is this long scar that you keep hidden?
um.
And no, I don't mean the actual physical scar.
One moment as I bring up backstory stuff. Um. Oh. From. I remember a little. Nothing too detailed. I mean, though I did learn a bit more when I went to the hero's rest place. Um, I remember there was a. Oh yeah, it's on my couch sheet. Um, what was he? Yeah, there was a house. There was an older female, a older male, and then two others I presume to be an older sister or a younger brother. Don't know their names, but she'll take out her journal and then show this is the older female, the older sister, I think. I remembered a bit of information out of Heroes West. Apparently, I think I saw, maybe some, or maybe, I'm guessing this would be about a week ago now. I know at the
A little bit
Heroes,
more than
yeah, like, I saw
a
them,
few.
hmm?
It's a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it's like, I remember seeing them a few weeks ago, but I don't know who they were. Um,
What leads have you gained so far? I believe one of Kraz said that you had a name.
uh, yeah, when I came into the town, they did the whole, I know, blood identify thing, and they said my name was Julia. Uh, that's all I got in regards to a natural name.
Did they have a last name?
They didn't give me one.
Hmm.
I,
Well, I
I
have a
don't know if
deal
there's.
for you.
Hmm?
If you can pass my first stage of training within a week,
Mm-hmm.
I shall offer you a reward.
Oh?
And she kind of nods, the soft smile on her face.
What do you want me to do?
It's easy.
Hmm?
I need you to forget it all.
She kind of like shit as a dad, but like forget everything.
Yes? At least in the forefront of your mind. And she kind of gestures to the left or right and right of her.
Mm-hmm.
Spirits, ghosts, things that linger, even the essence of those recently killed. You manipulate these energies, you manipulate these entities, correct?
No. Yeah.
All of them hold on. Emotions, pain, jealousy, anger, greed. I'm sure you've seen it in the one you love most.
Mm-hmm.
They are all bound by these lingering bits of life. I may not be able to teach you about the mistress of ravens, but I can teach you about death, spirits, and the like, and the process that is intertwined. But in order to do so, you must let go. Otherwise, you will be overrun, overburdened by all that would be flowing through you. So, I need you to forget. And she just raises her finger and just kind of boops you on your nose.
Okay,
Um,
shakes, like sniffles a bit.
and she reaches down and starts picking up all the hair.
Mhm.
And she says, relax and just let it all go. Your mission from your matron, the love that is doing who knows what at this moment, lost memories that you may never get, all of it. Just let it go. And she continues to pick up the hair, walks over to the rocking chair,
Mhm.
sets the hair to the side, and just starts rocking.
Um, okay. Where he's gonna sit down at a pin, trying to get into like a meditative state, as it were, trying to control her breathing a bit, and close her eyes and just try not to think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about not trying to think? Literally, the task of itself is impossible.
Yeah.
As you're thinking, don't think that you thinking to not think.
Yeah.
Anyways, go ahead and give me a wisdom check.
Yeah.
With disadvantage. Don't roll it twice. Remember, this is 4E rules.
Yeah, I know. Oh, that was close.
Okay.
Mhm.
I mean, you got way too much shit to worry about.
Yeah, she does.
As you're trying to think of like, oh, okay, I'll forget about this. But what if I forget about this? Then this and this and this is gonna happen. Oh my god, if that happens, then this is gonna get fucked up. And oh my god, and you're battling for hours like this, and it's just quiet. Every once in a while, you hear that from the rocking chair.
Mhm.
That's it. Every once in a while, you hear one go, hmm, and hours go by, and hours, and hours, until around afternoon time rolls around,
Mhm.
and then the chair stops rocking, and she says, "Oh, they don't even want to get too close to you. You're scaring them off, my dear.
Mhm.
You failed."
Mm. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
right there, that look on your face, you're not forgetting this failure either. Oh, we have much work to do. But here, take this. And she gives you a key.
Okay.
And she walks in up to you, pulls out a pouch,
Mhm.
and she puts some white chalky powder in her hand and she draws something on your forehead. And she says, take this key. You may sleep in my room. In the morning, we will continue this lesson. Please enjoy the cafeteria. There's only one who should be able to sense your presence, and he's the one who will be serving you food.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. As she just like gets up and goes to the other room.
Okay, go up the winding steps.
Mhm.
Juan follows you from behind, and as you get into the room, she continues on and leaves the room.
Mhm.
What do you do? Where are you going?
Um. Is there anyone else in said room?
No, you're in Juan's personal room. There's literally no one. She
Okay.
just, yeah, you went up the spiral staircase and you're now in that first room.
Yeah. When she said cafeteria, was she referring to the big cafeteria thing, or
Maybe.
is there like any food around one's room? It's just
Nope,
okay.
not a crumb.
you go over to the cafe? No, if she remembers the way to the cafeteria place.
It's pretty easy. Go down the hall, turn left.
Mhm.
You head over there.
Yeah.
Once you enter, you see Grum there,
Mhm.
and he is shoveling back some food. Um, and as you walk in, the construct kind of tilts his head to the side, doesn't look directly at you,
Mhm.
does a soft nod, and you watch as two of his arms begin pulling out supplies and starts prepping food. Grom raises his eyebrows like, "Was that for me?" And construct, "No, you don't." No. And Grom finishes scooping up the last bit of his food, starts chugging something out of a tankard, and burps real loud. Give me a constitution. It's giving you some free reign. Yeah, you're like,
Yeah.
"Ugh,
Yeah.
ugh." You don't exactly puke, but you're like, "Ugh, oh,
Yeah.
nope, nope, you were born in a graveyard. Just, nope, nope."
Yeah.
And he walks by and he just walks out the door.
Okay. I sit on the Berber's chair from where he was originally sitting.
Okay,
Yeah.
you do so. And after a quick moment, a plate of food is in front of you.
Guess you'll just pick it up, eat some of it.
It's fucking
Okay.
delicious.
Yeah. Mm. Kind of.
Think of a nice roasted potato veggie with like a nice garlic herb
Uh,
mix over like a nice gravy steak,
I get it. It's nice. Good food.
caramelized onions,
Uh,
nice roasted carrots and potatoes where they're not complete mush, but they're soft, delicate, delicious. I
uh.
know I'm a right bastard. Um,
Yeah. It's kind of the opposite of she's taking her time to eat slower, but mainly into because she's thinking about what it means to forget everything.
and you don't eat your entire meal. You leave a little bit, even though it's delicious. You're worried about stuff. Your brain's wrapped up on stuff. And right behind you, you hear a certain familiar voice come in, like, "Oh God!" As you look over and you see Reina entering in the establishment, and she sits down and she's like, "Food me," and the construct begins to prepare a plate. And she looks over at your plate of half-eaten food, and then just looks at it for a moment, shrugs her shoulders, and continues to stare at stuff around the kitchen.
I just do like a cry nod to Raina. Like, and then once she's finished her food, and be like, I'm gonna go, and she'll just leave the half plate of food and just go back to that room.
There is not a single bit of recognition from you, as if you're not there. She
Okay.
doesn't look at you when you say something. She doesn't seem to notice.
Mhm. Yeah. So she'll just awkwardly get out.
Okay.
She knows there's training happening. She's probably under training stresses as well.
Or I could also point out the fact that she said when she marked you with the stuff that the only person who'd be able to send you was one person.
Yeah.
Cause yeah, as you pass through the hallways, you see the maids and stuff like that. And before, when you're entering through this area as a group and stuff like that, they all stopped and like parted out of the way.
Mhm.
They don't seem to recognize you at all. You are basically a ghost walking among people.
Hmm. I'll go over to one of the maids and just wave my hand over their eyes, super close.
You know, if you like wave something by someone's face, that they instinctively blink.
Yeah.
They don't even do that.
Or if I poke one of them.
Okay.
Just nicely on the shoulder.
Yeah, you poke them.
Huh.
It's weird. Even when you poke them, you know you made contact, but it's almost like their clothes didn't even move on the impact of where you poke.
Huh. No. You won't take like too much notice of it. It should just like go back into. I was doing. What time would you say it would be? So,
Maybe around now since you're upstairs and you're seeing the daylight through some of the windows, probably around like 5ish,
oh, okay.
4 or 5ish around there.
Still early. Um. hmm.
So what do you do?
I'm trying to think what she would do. I guess you'll go back into the room and I pray to the Raven Queen for some form of guidance in forgetting everything. She's quite puzzled by how to do it.
Go ahead and roll me a religion check.
Yeah.
Okay. It's weird. Even when you don't get a direct answer from the Raven Queen, you always almost feel like a presence of her.
Mhm.
There's nothing this time.
Hmm. Hmm. Very odd. um, now what do I do? Oh, not do.
And you guys talk to yourselves a lot in your Paragon paths.
Because there's normally like 3 other people to talk to and they're not here. Yeah. But also slightly crazy apparently. Um, hmm.
All work and no play make Ruia.
Cray
All
cray.
work and no pray.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, I guess if like there's like nothing's going on, she'll see if she might take an early nap. Like an actual nap.
Okay.
Yeah.
You lay down, and it takes a while to get to sleep because it is kind of early, and your brain is kind of bogged down with the thoughts of today's instructions, questionings, things like that, and it takes like a good hour and a half, maybe 2 hours of you just kind of sitting, staring at a wall, going like, "Fuck." But eventually you do drift off to sleep.
Mhm.
And you wake up the next day.
Guess I'll go into the cafeteria again. See,
Oh,
see, see.
oh, I was waiting for the okay. I open up my eyes like
Okay.
you normally do. Juan's in there.
Okay.
Yeah. You see her kind of standing over the bed, not like creepy, like looming over you. Like
Okay.
she's a few feet away, her hands kind of crossed in front of her.
Mhm.
She has a book in her hands. She's just kind of staring at you with a soft smile on her face.
Oh, hello.
Good morning, my child.
I poked one of the maids the other day. She didn't seem to notice I was there.
She covers her mouth as she lightly chuckles. Yes, that was the binding I put on you yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Think of it as a, how would Alcor put it? An advanced form of anti-scrying magic, if that makes any sense to you.
Does that make any sense to me? Because,
Roughly.
yeah.
I mean, you know what scrying is given your divine, you know,
Yeah.
training and stuff.
Mm.
You don't know exactly what the fuck she's talking about? You can try rolling Arcana.
I'll give it a quick roll just to see.
Okay. At disadvantage because this ain't your forte.
Yeah, that's fair.
Ooh. Yeah.
Ooh.
You know what scrying is? I mean, you've heard of roughly that there are magics that can block scrying and stuff like that, but that's from scrying. This is definitely not that. You've never seen or heard of anything that makes you invisible without actually making you invisible, and even invisibility, if you touch something, people will know. So this seems to be something either unique to her or just something very rare, or just something beyond your understanding.
I imagine Raina could get some use out of this.
Juan chuckles. No, that girl definitely does not need anything like this. Oh, that sigh.
Hmm?
Did Raina do something to you?
Oh. No, we're at the cafeteria. I acknowledged, but she didn't seem to see I was there.
Oh, I'm not discussing that, honey.
Hmm?
I was discussing what she did to you in the past. The way I said that remark and the way you sigh it makes me think that she has done something that has bugged you, at the very least.
Um, kinda. I imagine you know, much like you know better than I do, but
What was that?
sometimes, saying that she obviously knows Raina better than what Ruia does, so just like check out that, but not understanding that sometimes people just want to either. She doesn't seem to acknowledge what business is her business. Sometimes she means well, of course, but maybe I don't know. Like me and Shaq were, she's kind of blushing a bit, but also slightly embarrassed about the whole thing, but happy.
She raises her hand before you finish explaining,
Yeah.
and she goes, I think I get the gist of it. Well, sadly, there were none to really raise her fully right in her upbringing. We've only had her for a few years now, and most of that time was spent on making sure that she was prepared for the life at the palace, not for life as a person. That is no excuse, though, and hopefully, with recent events and actions, um, hopefully she overcomes that immaturity soon.
I can understand that my father raised me in a similar way.
Somehow I don't. As she kind of smiles, as she kind of looks around the palace.
Oh, not parasites, but graveyards and funerals, and given where I grew up and just what I am, so to speak, never had one for social conversation.
Neither have I, and I think I turned out perfectly fine. And she smiles and begins to walk towards the back door. Will you be joining me?
uh, yeah, yes, of course. And proceeds to follow.
Okay. You make your way down the winding stairs,
Mhm.
find yourself at the center room. She gestures to go towards the pedestal,
Mhm.
and she sits in a rocking chair. She says, "Again, my child," and she begins rocking in her chair.
Yeah. Yeah. Sits on that same stone thing. Tries to sit in the some a comfier motion, as it were.
Okay.
Just trying to settle, deep breaths, trying to relax and just close her eyes.
Go ahead and roll me a wisdom twice.
Oh, okay. Okay, first one and second one.
Okay. You sit, and after a few hours, you start thinking about Shock.
Hmm.
You start thinking about Bartum. God, you miss them both. And both of the situations seem incomplete where they're currently standing, and it just kind of makes you depressed. You wish you could go home to Bartum, make sure he's safe, make sure everything's okay. You want to make sure, you wish that you could just run to Jacques this moment and be like, cure vampirism, and, be done with that. And yesterday's conversation about whether or not he actually wants fixed and if it's even something you can do kind of gets you down. And, I mean, it's just, it's not fun. And what if the Raven matron takes your father before you have a chance to say goodbye? What if Jacques, in a fit of revenge and anger, does something that will cause his death? So many things you want to fix, so many problems to deal with. It's just, it's too much sometimes. It feels suffocating. And your mind continues to wander around that the next few hours. Almost brings a tear to your eye with just how almost useless you feel, with a burning need to do something, but with no idea how or what to do. And you kind of lose track of time during this time. And eventually, you hear the rocking chair stop. Juan stands up from the chair. That is enough for today.
Mhm.
You even did worse than yesterday. Most of them are fleeing to the corners.
Uh, You're gonna the ground, obviously not seeing anyone, but just be like, I'm sorry.
No. If we were expecting immediate approval and immediate success, there would be no reason for you to do this training in the first place. Now, before I send you off,
Hmm?
I must ask, why?
Why?
Yes, why? Why let yourself be anchored so?
I just don't want to lose my family again.
And you think by worrying about everything and letting it ruin your decision making, you're making the right decision?
Apparently not.
of thinking creates a paradox in thought and process. So why would you do that to yourself? And again, you're not alone. So why do you act like you are?
It's just. I remember they would talk about, grand, crazy sounding escape plan. They said mind up, and they was like, "Oh, which place do you wanna go back to?" And they were saying it's like, "Oh, I wanna go back to my home here or my home." They're all in different. I'm guessing places. I know they're not from Elois, but Elois is my home, and I don't want to lose it.
And don't. Stand strong. Voice your opinion. Ask your new family for help. They say they leave, but time and time again you are met with powerful entities, danger, near-death experiences, and yet you all still here. Even that annoying gnome is still here, and yet he knew the way out months ago.
Mm. Made it sound like you were still researching it.
She chuckles. Oh, my dear. You've met him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you really think one as small and clever as that wouldn't figure out something so big and obvious?
I guess he too has his own reasons.
Maybe his reasons was to help all of you. You were all going through a lot. What better way to deal with it than contemplate a future where you have a way out? If you know you have a way out, you might calm down, take a step back, take a breath, and rethink about what you're doing.
Hmm.
Just a thought. And she goes and turns and starts walking up the stairs.
Um, before we go, I know he also has training. Is his training here?
Yes, it is. If you would like to see him,
Hmm?
go down the entryway to the Royal Guard quarters, go left, left, and on your first right, you will find him. And she starts proceeding up the stairs.
Okay. I will take those directions and try and find Sin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, you pass through the hallways, and no reaction from anyone.
Yeah.
You make your way to the door that she said. You open it. It's a finely carved wood door,
Mm-hmm.
with silver trim all throughout the door, like metallic work all across it, and there is a gigantic series of arcane symbols right on the front of the door.
Mm-hmm.
You go inside.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You open up the door, and it is a massive library. From where you're at, you're kind of the center of the chamber. From here, the ceiling is about 100 feet tall. It goes back a good 150, 200 feet, and it's about 100 feet wide. A massive room. And it is filled to the brim with books, books, books.
Yeah. But no, I'll try and locate a Sin in the piles of books.
You walk around until you reach a corner, and on this corner, you see a table that is completely covered in books. The only reason you're able to tell that it's a table at all is because the side that you're standing on, you can see one of the legs.
Mhm.
But most of this table has been covered in a mountain of books. Books, another pile of books, another small mountain of books. And kind of smack dab in the center of this, in a small stool, leaning up against a pile of books, with a book open laying on his face, you see the very familiar goat chin beard of one gnome person.
um, I'll kind of like put my hand like in front of his eyes just to see if he can see me. If
There's currently a book on his face.
can I move said book?
Sure.
Yeah, just like move it gently. See if he
Give
takes
me
notice.
a thievery check.
To an arena. Thievery.
Okay.
Mhm.
You gently take the book off of his face, and you
Mhm.
kind of set it to the side, and Argamon kind of like shakes his head, looks around, sees the book that just went down, looks over at Sin's face, looks back at the book, back up at his face, and you see a slight smile go across the dragonling's face as his wings kind of flutter over, picks
Mhm.
up the book, closed this time, and he just kind of balances it on Sin's forehead,
I was gonna say,
and then
Sin
goes.
asleep.
Sin's asleep. You can
Okay.
see him passed out. He's like lightly snoring this whole time after you took the book off.
Okay.
Um, yeah,
Um.
looks like he fell asleep reading a book.
Okay. I'm gonna put out like my journal and just write on a piece of paper that it's Ruia and give that to Agumon. And then write on another piece of paper, thank you, and just place that like in front of Sin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a charisma
Oh no.
as you are trying to overcome some serious mojo.
My lowest stat.
Okay. Sadly enough, Agumon doesn't seem to take notice as you're doing this.
Mhm.
And then once you finish, Agumon kind of opens up his eyes, sees paper, raises an eyebrow, looks at it for a few moments, and then starts eating it.
Okay. um. And
Chews on it for a few moments, takes the spitted wad out of his mouth, slowly starts putting it up one of Sin's nostrils.
is that both pieces of paper or like which one
Well,
did he
I
use?
just currently just did the one,
Which one though?
the one that was set nearest by Agumon.
Okay.
But he does see the other piece of paper,
Okay.
and he goes for it. And he puts it in his mouth and starts chewing on it, and repeats the process. Now Sin's breathing from like to as both of his
Sorry,
nostrils
Sin.
are clogged.
Um. I'll pull those bits out and just like stick them in my pocket or somewhere else. Get another piece of paper and just write down, it's Ruia, thank you. And kind of like stuff it inside of like Shin's shirt. Like, yeah, stuff inside one of his shirts.
Okay. Roll another thievery check.
I'm not trying to be a thief though.
But this is the same skill.
I know.
Okay. Since you've been continuing to fuck with him,
I haven't been fucking with him.
you're fucking with him. He's trying to sleep. You're fucking plain and simple. Like, okay, what is he gonna do? As you go to pull these things out of his nose and put the new paper in, he quickly snaps up, grabs his staff, and you just watch him disappear.
Alright.
Your piece of paper gets lost in the pile of books and other scattered papers,
Okay.
and you hear a little away. Agumon? God damn it, Agumon, was that you? Agumon flips him off and continues to sleep. And goes, ugh. Goes back over to his pile of books. At least you assume, because you still can't see him. So he moved back over to his pile of books, and then there's silence again.
If I unfurl those pieces of like chewed up nostril bits, is this like
No.
how well is the writing? It's not great?
No.
Oh, okay. I'll write that piece of same message on a piece of paper again. I'll stick it on the book I thought he was reading before.
You're out of paper.
Oh. Never mind then.
This is the DM saying, okay, enough. You failed at this way too many times.
Oh,
Move on.
okay. I give Sin a hug then, and then I just leave.
You're fucking with a lot of rolls to do a single task here. You're not rolling too great. I'm sorry. Sorry.
It's okay.
This is one of those DM calls. Like, give it up. Okay. You give him a hug. He doesn't seem to notice. It's weird. Actually, give me a. Just roll a d20.
Okay.
Because I just realized you're trying to hug an invisible person. You don't know what's heads or tails to this person.
I'm hugging what, if you want perspective, if I think he's still sitting on a chair, I'm just gonna hug around the chair.
I get that, but you don't know how he's sleeping, so roll me just a straight.
Okay.
Okay. You get like a shoulder and a little bit of gnome butt.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'll accept that.
Okay. And you hug him. What do you do next?
Yes. So I think that was a little harder than what I thought it would be, and just go back. No, she hasn't had breakfast yet, or dinner for that matter. She'll go to the cafeteria bit, grab a bit of food,
Okay.
and then.
And once again, you see Reyna a little bit after you get there. And she looks a little down. Like, kind of lost in thought. It's weird. You're not used to seeing Reyna look like this. There's a sense of seriousness on her face.
I'll sit next to Reyna and just pat her on the head.
Okay, the pats seem to go unnoticed.
Yeah, I figured. Okay. Just sighs, has some food, and then just goes back to the room.
Okay.
Yeah.
You do so. You are in the ever so clean room of one. So what do you do?
Yeah, so it's getting to like a praying motion again. Just like pray, like, I'm trying to think. Pray, talking, hopefully like everyone's doing well, training's okay. Still trying to figure out stuff, but
Go ahead and roll
when
me
they
a
show to it.
religion, followed by an intelligence check.
And So many levels.
It's just, it's not. It's weird. You're feeling a disconnect, and it's a bit unnerving. You've heard what, Jacques went through, and there's a brief pause where you're like, "Oh God, is that happening to me? Did I upset the matron? Did I do a bad?"
Are you even there?
Just you in your room.
You'll go back to sleep.
Okay.
Yeah.
You wake up the next day.
Mhm.
Juan is standing over you.
Hello.
Shall we try again?
Yeah. Yeah.
And as you go to get up, saying that, she raises her hand for you to stop.
Hmm?
You need to let it go, my child. Even yesterday's failure, the day before, let it all go.
Yeah. She kind of does like a clenches her fist and then opens it up as if like a drop-in motion type thing. And I imagine they're gonna walk through the hallway. Very excited. Okay, let it go. Let it go. Waits for snow to fall down. Yeah.
God damn it.
Let it go. Let it go.
No, no, don't. Okay, you guys begin going down the stairs. You guys enter the chamber. She addresses you to sit.
Mhm.
Go ahead as you attempt another day of letting it go.
Again, breathe. Just let it go. Wisdoms.
Yep,
How many?
just a single one.
Single one. Okay.
Okay,
Okay. Better.
okay, wait till I start saying something before you start.
I know. I know.
You think about stuff. You think about what Juan says
Mhm.
and said, and a thought goes into your head. Why don't you let it go? It's a question.
See if I let it go. What if I forget it? What if I forget and it doesn't come back?
Why can't you lean on for others for help?
Frankly, I don't know.
There's a lot less confuddling in your brain throughout the day. You just kind of focus on those two things. Still, your mind is awash with feelings and emotions regarding it, and you question it. And about 1, 2 in the afternoon, you hear the rocking chair stop, and what you hear one speak up.
Hmm?
Why don't you let it go? Mirroring the same thought you've had all day.
It, as I said, I feel like if I let it go, I'm just gonna forget it.
What do you mean? You said nothing. She has an eyebrow
Hmm?
raised.
And you asked that question before. Then you said like I couldn't ask people for help, and I.
She raises an eyebrow and shakes her head. No, I did not ask that.
Hmm.
I've been reading through this book all day. That does let me know you've made some progress today, but I still need the question answered, as do they.
How do you let it go?
She lets out a soft sigh.
Hmm?
I've seen kings dying in front of me. I once had to save a dragon. Once, an envoy of Bator tried to mind meld with Kravs and almost broke him, mind, body, and soul. There have been many stressful times when I was younger, less patient, and more doubtful. Because of the overwhelming thoughts and panic that can happen, it led to the death of a very close friend of mine. And I had to learn that sometimes to push through, one must separate what's not necessary in the moment, to prioritize, to let things go. You won't ever forget it. You won't it won't ever not be a part of you. Letting it go in that moment just gives you that moment to breathe, to think. And it takes time and effort, but you are easily capable of this. You're stronger than you think. No one who delves in the realm of death, one as such as you, I mean, they wouldn't be able to survive if they weren't strong. So you need to let things go in the moment. Forget about it. Clear your brain, clear your thoughts, clear your mind, clear your soul, and allow yourself to just focus on what you need to. Next question.
Hmm?
Why don't you lean on anyone? We've sat here for a few days and you've barely asked me a single question, and yet I am your instructor.
I guess I don't know what to ask or how to ask.
You just ask. Again, those problems come from the first one. Let go of your preconceived notions of how to speak, what to ask, and just ask. Words are an amazing tool. Even when someone isn't using the correct words, it's surprising how people understand what they mean. When people flub and make mistakes, people may jeer and joke, but they usually get the point across. And what's better than words and language to express yourself? If you don't know what ones to use, just try until you get the right ones out. And instead of just worrying about what you're choosing, how you say it, and what you're saying, and end up not saying anything at all.
Hmm.
You discussed that when you brought certain things up to your allies, they didn't seem to react strongly as you felt. You could have been overreacting, or do you think you may have not have really given any effort into displaying that, what you thought? Or did you allow yourself to be overridden by the fears and worries of the situation and ramble out?
Remember, comrades, saying that I've just got to speak rather than dance around. Hmm. Just,
Conrad Fellow seems wiser than I first suspected.
I think out of all of us, he's probably the most knowledgeable in a way. Not knowledgeable about
Oh,
gods
don't
or.
worry, child.
Hmm?
He is just as a broken person as you. He will be shown the way. Do not worry. He has say, a very vigilant instructor, and I'm sure he will learn a lot.
No doubt he will. No
But
doubts any
again,
of us will.
I asked the question about you when you go to other people in your discussion, but in action you don't. Why?
Guess I'm scared about the answer they'll give, if any.
So again, you let things that are not in your control dictate things that may not be. You need to let it go. You'll never move anywhere if you hold on to all of this. Speak, don't speak, ask, don't ask. That dividing line between is ruling you because you do not let it go. Everything has a dividing line, even life and death. You are here to master that, and the first way is to learn to let it go. Time is not a luxury we have on our side. I will be back in the morning. Rest well. And she
Okay.
begins to walk up the stairs.
Yeah.
She goes up the stairs, and you hear the door close.
Okay. Should just sit there, like, just a bit longer. Again, trying to contemplate everything, and trying to think. Actually, yeah, does. Let me see something. I suppose they wouldn't really work unless. I do have something else. Sorry, I'm just
What
trying
would
to
you
look up.
trying to do?
I'm trying to look up something. Just give me a second. I don't know if I can do it. Yeah, I know I have it, but. Hmm. Query, would gravesite work in this moment? I know I can't see him, but I don't know if it would work. Like, in regards to like spiritsy stuff.
Gravesite is like a gravesite. It's not gravesite like I see graves.
No, not that gravesite, ritual gravesite.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the other
Man,
gravesite.
I completely forgot about that one for a moment.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
I
Oh, that's the one where you use undead to see through them, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this would work. I know I
Do
can't.
you see any undead around you?
I know I don't, but she kept saying how there's spirits and stuff.
You don't see them.
Okay.
Can't really use something that you can't touch or see.
Okay, fair enough. That's enough. Okay. Hmm. Mm.
Okay, and as you
Yeah.
ponder this stuff, we're gonna
Yeah.
go ahead and take a quick 10-minute
Yeah.
break.
Take a break. So good.
Go ahead and put the break sign up
I shall. I shall indeed.
as you ponder stuff.
There we go.
Hey, look, you haven't cried yet.
No. Not yet.
Hope you're enjoying the lessons.
I get the lessons, I just don't know how to enact said lessons.
One said it's difficult.
Mhm.
Even if you learn it, it might take years to master.
Mhm.
Maybe worrying about, how to do it in the first place is already setting yourself up for failure.
Mhm.
And it's just something you just gotta take a leap of faith on and just do. Oops, sorry, DM hints. I'll be back.
So good. Yay, all the DM hints. we go.
Hello.
Hello. I made a cheese sandwich. Oh,
Is it a
good.
good sandwich?
I don't know. I haven't eaten it yet.
Ah,
Oh,
still got a couple more moments.
okay. Bella thinks it's a good sandwich.
I'm sure she does.
Okay. I was going to say I'm all good to go if you're good to go.
Give me a moment.
Okay.
Okay, we shall continue. As you sit there alone in this chamber,
Mhm.
what do you do?
I was going to say she's going to go back upstairs and.
Okay, you climb the spiral staircase. You get to
Mhm.
the door at the top. You go to open it, and it is locked.
You say it's locked?
Yes.
You use that key?
Okay.
Mhm.
Does not fit this door.
Oh. Be like a. Ron, are you there?
You knock on the door, and it
Mhm.
barely makes a sound.
Okay.
You hit the
Okay.
door pretty hard. It's
Yeah.
just, it almost seems like, you know, your interaction with the world isn't all the way there.
Guess she goes back down on that stone pedestal thing.
Give me an intelligence check.
Yep.
Okay, luckily it wasn't a super high DC. Um, she said that she would come down in the morning.
Yeah.
Every other day, she said that she would see you in the morning.
Mm. Yeah. I'm locked in. um. Hmm. She kind of looks around, like, not knowing if there's any spirits and so I was like, I guess I'm here with you guys then. Hmm.
Just standing at the top of the stairs.
No, I said I went down to the stone
Oh,
pedestal
sorry.
thing. Yeah.
Okay. So you go back to the pedestal and you sit. You
Mhm.
say this out loud to seemingly nothing.
Yeah. Okay.
What do you do?
Good. Oh, she's coming back down in the morning, so that's good.
It's about 2 in the afternoon.
Yeah, I know. um, so, so I don't have. Um, hmm. Let's see. Oh, you said I don't have any paper left, so can't do that. She's gonna. So she's gonna like click down just to get a bit more comfier. Just sit down and just do a few like breathing exercises, just trying to empty her own mind, as it were. Like,
Okay. Give me a wisdom check.
yeah.
It did 69.
Yeah.
Yeah. You sit down. Like, man, it is creepy down here. Starting to get kind of hungry. God, I wonder what Jacques doing at this time. I wonder if he misses me like I miss him. And your brain wanders for the next few hours.
I get like my holy symbol out. I like place it in front of me and be like, "Are you there?" I imagine no response, so yeah. It's good. Try and think as I not to worry about the morning because the morning's gonna be all good, as at least as far as she's aware. No point worrying about being like stuck in the past, so to speak. She's just trying to focus in on getting herself calm now. Like every time like a memory tries to pop up, she tries to think or tries to push it away, so to speak.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm stuck.
After a while, you drift off to sleep. You wake up. A little chilly.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of cold down in this chamber.
Is one about?
You don't see her.
Mm-hmm. Go try and pop the encounter crowd slack. You know, she's always gone to that like when she was all scared and embarrassed and whatnot, so you're just popping it down, see if she can use that to help her relax.
Okay.
Yeah.
You do so.
Yeah, she's just trying hard not to think about again the future past. She's just
So you're going
Try-
to try to continue with your training?
just continuously try.
Give me a wisdom check.
Yeah.
You sit, and your stomach's gurgling.
Mm-hmm.
And you just sit in silence with stomach gurgles, and after 10 minutes, the cloud disappears.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear the door upstairs open. And you hear footsteps coming down the stairs. And eventually, you see Juan smiling with a tray of food. She walks over and just sits the tray on the pedestal that you are on. I take it it did not go well.
No.
Oh, I wasn't asking you. I apologize. As
Ah,
she's looking to the left and right of you,
okay.
seemingly staring off at nothing. And then she, after looking left and right, her eyes slowly glaze back over towards you.
Mhm.
You say you're trying to let it go, and you still grab for your matron symbol. Isn't that both literally and figuratively not letting it go? And she kind of scooches the plate in front of you, and she says, "Eat."
Yeah. She'll take like I don't know if there's like a roll or something, but she'll just
Yeah.
take that and nibble on it.
And she sits next to you and puts her arm around your shoulder. All of these things, I'm not telling you they hold you back. I'm not saying they're bad. If anything, it probably gives you strength in life. I mean, you are a cleric of the Raven Queen, so of course it does. But you need to see how strong you are on your own. And in doing so, you might be able to understand how strong others are and how they may be able to help you when you need it. Think of it as a dual recognition, and by going through one, you will succeed in finding the other. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Not to rely on her too much.
Or what was that?
And not to rely on her too much.
At least for now. She is your matron and she is your power, but this training is not for her, it's for you. And she reaches her hand out.
Takes it. Or is she holding it like to grab it or holding it like open palm?
She's holding palm faced up.
Mm. She's gonna like get hold of her symbol. She's gonna like look at it like deep in thought for a bit and just hand her the symbol.
And she takes it and
Yeah.
puts it in one of her side bags.
Yeah.
And she sits up and goes and sits on the rocking chair.
Mhm.
So eat up, my dear, and we shall continue with today's exercise.
Query. I know I got that. What do you call it? I don't know. One. Thingamabob. What's it called? That blessed Raven Queen armor stuff.
Yes.
Do I have like underclothing under that, or is it just that and chest?
You have some underclothing on, yes.
Okay. She was gonna take that up as well and just set her to the side. Right.
One smiles as you do this.
Yeah. It takes like the mason again, sets that to the side and not be like bare
And
naked, but trying to
as you
relax.
halfway through taking off your armor, Juan stands up,
Hmm?
walks towards you, and one of her pouches, she pulls out a roll of cloth.
Hmm?
And she sets it down on the podium, and she says, "You can set your stuff over to this side, and you may put this on. I've been waiting for you to get to this."
Hmm.
And she just has a soft smile on her face. She's giving you kind of like a look of approval.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she was like, again, she's trying to do that, trying to essentially get to herself to be as basic as possible. I've been, and then going back on the pedestal.
Oh, she
Fin.
gave you something.
Was it the
A
cloth fin?
Yeah, it's a roll of white cloth.
Yeah, she'll take the roll of white cloth, glimpse it over a bit.
It is it's a simple white robe.
Mhm.
Looks simply made, but it's comfy.
Yeah.
She's just kind of staring at your underclothes right now.
Yeah. She'll wear the white robe and stuff.
Please, if you don't mind, it is clean.
Okay.
I think she might be hinting to take your nasty underclothes off and put it with the rest of your stuff.
Okay. They're not nasty. But yes, she takes that off as well.
When was the last time you bathed? When was the last time you washed your armor? Do you really want that number? Because I can tell you that number.
No, I'm eating food. Please stop. Good by D&D standards. But yeah, no, she'll take her clothing off.
Okay. You get the nice fresh whitening robe on, and it's comfy as
Yeah.
fuck.
Question.
Like that ultimate pajama material.
As a player, I'm God feeling I know what it is. Do I need to roll an insight to figure out whether one's like super like what's the word? Germophobic, like she wants clean stuff everywhere. She's the type of person that, given a new like go on to desk work, she'll like clean the keyboard, clean the phone.
Assume whatever you would like.
Yeah. Okay. That's good because that's how I imagine it.
Remember, you only roll for stuff you need to know.
Okay.
You can assume whatever the fuck you want.
Okay. That's fine.
The barbarian wants to assume that, killing dragons is, going to cause you bad karma. That's up to them. But she picks up all of your stuff and she says, once you're ready, begin. I will go take care of this. And she turns and leaves the chamber.
Okay. Yeah. Get back into there.
Wisdom.
Yeah. Oh, the wisdom.
Go ahead and roll it twice.
Yay.
She did it good.
1 and 2.
Okay.
Same number.
She leaves. And you sit and you meditate. And for the first time, there's a while where you're just kind of not thinking about anything. You're just kind of And it's at this moment that, because your eyes are closed, meditating, focusing on nothing. And you didn't hear the door upstairs, but you know that feeling like you're, someone's around you?
Mm-hmm.
You're getting that
Mm-hmm.
all around you.
Okay. She's not gonna stop, she's just gonna continue on meditating Finn. Trying not to worry and not to freak out about it.
Okay, give me a wisdom check to see if you can successfully ignore it. Okay, you do so. And you continue to block it out. There's that momentary hesitation and pause as you sense it, but you ignore it. You push it aside like everything else. And after a bit, you hear the door upstairs open, and you hear footsteps coming down as Juan enters the room. She looks around for a moment and goes, "That's much better," and sits down and starts rocking in a chair and is going through a larger tome.
Mm-hmm.
And you progress throughout the day like this. And she kind of looks at you after standing up from the chair. That is enough for today.
Mhm.
You have made some progress, but we are not there yet. So, as something to entice your way of thinking, this book I've been reading for the last couple days,
Mhm.
it contains the death of every single person who's ever lived in Elois.
Oh, I didn't think that'd be even possible to write down in a book.
It's not.
Mhm.
And she looks towards you. Clueless.
Yep. Because I don't recognise that name from anywhere.
Yes, yes you do.
Can you spell that out for me?
K
I know.
U
Mm.
K
K-U...
U L
Yeah.
Duis.
Hmm. It sounds
And
familiar.
you recognize that when you're researching back in the test, there was a drow family by that name.
Hmm.
The one you were researching,
Mhm.
that was their surname.
I remember seeing that name.
And she smiles, opens up the book. Mother, father, 3 children. 1 son, 2 daughters. Presumed dead, lost at sea.
You think that's my name?
She shrugs her shoulders. Either way, it's not something to worry about now. As you see, and have seen, sometimes, many times, letting things go are the way that you reach them the best.
Hmm.
With a level head and a clear mind, you can obtain what you need. Let it go. And she smiles at you and she gestures towards the stairs
Yeah. Sure.
as she begins to walk up them.
Yeah, she'll go up the stairs.
You guys make it to the room
Mhm.
and she gestures towards the bed and
Mhm.
she says, "Please sit, rest. I will bring you food here shortly,
Mhm.
but you need plenty of rest. Today marks the last day of this training."
Okay. And she'll okay. Since everyone starts walking out, she'll just take the robe off, just fold it neatly and put it on the side and just
Okay, so you're
get
naked?
it. Yeah.
Okay.
She seems to
You
really like the robe and I don't want to get it sweaty.
Okay, so instead you're gonna get her bed sweaty.
I've already been sleeping in her bed, haven't I?
I mean, have you checked the blankets?
Are the blankets ready?
This bed looks like it's never been slept in.
Oh, okay.
It's one of those things that you didn't really pay attention to, so you didn't notice. Every day that you've slept in this bed and gotten up, it was like no one ever slept in there before.
Does it look like exactly the same bed?
Yes.
Okay.
It just looks like a bed that's never been slept in.
Okay. I wasn't sure if she was switching beds.
I mean, you can't tell.
Yeah.
They look the same.
Okay. Fair enough.
Okay, you sit on her bed naked,
Mhm.
and after a little bit, the door opens, and you see Juan enter.
Mhm.
She just has a slight smile on her face. She's like, okay, you might be taking the let it go part a little too extreme. You can keep your clothes. And she kind of just smiles at you and hands you the tray of food.
Okay. I get the clothes back on. Eat the food.
And she sits at the desk and she continues to go through the book she was reading.
What do you say? Must be an interesting book. Nom 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 nom.
Again, it contains the death of every citizen that has ever lived in Elois. I'm making sure that there are no other draw families that match that description. Given your relative age and the time period, it does narrow our search window, but as the curse of your kind is once you reach the age of maturity, you tend to slowly mature after that, and it can be hard to pin down your age. Normally, if I was in the woods, I would cut you in half and just count the rings, but sadly, that does not work.
I believe not.
I'm hoping to line this information up with other records we may have to see if this Koduas family had one child named Yulia. But again, you need not worry about this. This is my task. You have your own.
Of course. Nom 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 nom. Yeah. I didn't know it yet.
She kind of chuckles under her breath. She's like, "Good. You're starting to understand the second lesson."
Yeah. But no, once she's finished nomming, she won't even do a prayer this time. She'll just like go straight to sleep.
A little bit after you're finished eating,
Mhm.
there's a knock at the door, and Juan says, "Enter." And you watch as two maids come in the room,
Mhm.
and they kind of look at you and kind of do a bow and bow towards Juan.
Mhm.
Yes, my lady. Ah, yes, this is the one who needs help. And you watch as the women come in with basically hair cutting supplies.
Ah.
And they both look towards you. And they kind of see the patch job that is the side of your head right now.
Yeah.
And goes, well, my lady, I mean, we're versed in many different styles. I mean, this does limit things a bit as they kind of peer over to Juan and then back over to you, trying to like, what the fuck happened to this girl's head? And you go, do you have any preference or anything?
Hmm.
Oh yeah, you weren't expecting a fucking, beauty salon part, were you?
As a player, whenever I go to the hairdressers, my go-to answer is, do what you think is nice. And then my mum says, okay, she normally has a bob cut, this, that, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, haircut. And
Keep
she's,
in mind, you do have a shaved, or
yeah.
not shaved because it's rough,
Mhm.
but one side of your head is missing a lot of fucking hair, like a
Okay.
lot.
Um, give me one mosey.
Okay. Okay. Well,
Wait,
we say that you get your.
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
sorry,
No,
I
no,
got a
it's
fin.
okay. Ugh, I really don't want to let this go.
I have sent you a picture.
Okay.
Like that.
Okay. Too easy.
No, we wanting to like show the scar and stuff, like making no effort to hide it in anyway. Just neaten up that shave, but keeping her hair long
Okay,
as
yeah,
well.
not a problem.
No.
And they also do hook you up with a couple braids.
Ah, nice.
Okay. Make sure to show the audience that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to
Yeah.
grab it, and I got it.
Sweet, Conrad's not the only one with a new look.
There we go. Something like that.
Okay. So, getting a little bit of sin mel from that. Okay. So you get your hair cut.
Mhm.
They clean up the mess, and the one elven lady looks towards you, and she says, "Oh, this is a very lovely look. I might have to recommend this to my daughter." She kind of blushes a little bit. She's like, "You wear it very well."
Thank you. And thank you again for the service.
They bow towards you. Was that all, my lady? As they look towards Juan, and she's like, "Oh, yes, of course, thank you." She nods towards them, and they bow deeply to her, and they exit the room. And after the door closes, there's a brief pause before one says, "Yeah, the job definitely comes with the perks." And she finishes writing for the next 10 minutes and then closes her book and she says, "I will be off. I will see you in the morning."
Okay.
And she exits the room.
Hmm. Crew, did she take that book with her?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Hmm. Okay, she's just gonna like feel like the new shave, like again trying to feel that scarf in. Like,
Yeah, it's barely physically like feelable just because it's an old
yeah.
scar, so it's like you can only tell the subtlest bit of skin difference, and that's it.
I'll have to show everyone this.
Yeah, as long as you have your hood down, people are gonna notice.
Yeah. That's the point.
Okay, so what are you doing?
um. Oh, I suppose I already had dinner.
Yeah.
You're just gonna like chuckle and think about like she goes into Shaq's room with the new hair. Just be like, "Ooh, what do you think?" Blah, blah, blah. No, shows it off to Bardem. Like imagines what his reaction is. Again, just slightly chuckles at everything.
Military, I like it.
Yeah, yeah. Just chuckle about everyone's like reactions and stuff. Yeah, not worrying about it, not thinking about it negatively. Just
And
thinks.
eventually,
Yeah.
the thoughts of joyful reunions washes over you, and you find a calm. And you let those moments pass as you know that you have more work to do.
Mhm.
You let it go, and you allow yourself to drift to sleep.
Mhm.
And you wake up the next day. And there you see one standing over you.
You just like sit up, be like, "Hello,
Hello.
off for more training?
Yes.
Let's get to it then." And just stands up, pats herself down.
She gestures over to the one table that doesn't have all the papers and books,
Hmm.
and there is sitting all your armor.
Mhm. Yeah. She just picks it up and puts it back on.
You will need that today.
I'm gonna say, is the holy symbol still there?
It is not.
Mm.
Just the armor.
Uh, so okay, so just to clarify, just armor, no mace, no holy symbol.
All is gone besides your armor.
Okay, just clarifying. Like, okay,
Follow me.
and I
And
follow.
she exits her room. You guys
Mhm.
don't go down the same chamber. You go down the same hallway that um you go down to get to the library,
Mhm.
but you keep passing it and you make your way to the familiar prison.
Mhm.
Once got to, spend a night in. And you guys begin to descend the stairs and you reach the, platform that leads to the prison cell and you're like, "Oh shit, are we going to jail?" And she turns and, "Oh, the stairs keep descending." You stand descend it a couple more flights and eventually it stops and there is a large dark iron door in front of you. This
Mhm.
door is about 25 feet tall and about 15 feet across. Double door.
Mhm.
And on the two rings, like the little knocker rings that adorn the door,
Mhm.
there is a large, thick chain that is wrapped around it.
Mhm.
And she walks up to the door and she pauses and turns around towards you. And she says, "Ed Napavi." And you notice that she has a staff in her hand and there's a light emanating from it.
Mhm.
"Sorry, but I don't have the eyes you do." And she smiles. "Do you
That's
know what is behind this door? Can you sense it?"
I try to sense it.
Give me a perception check. Okay. Um, you get advantage for this because it's something that you're familiar with.
Yay.
You smell the grave,
Ooh.
ancient and old. There's a coldness behind this door that you've never felt before, even compared to the graveyard that you grew up on.
Uh, a graveyard.
More like a prison. Behind these doors marks the hidden one. This is the only graveyard in all of Elois that, including myself and now you, only 12 people are aware of. Behind these doors contains the spirits of some of the worst criminals in all of the history of Elois, and those who wronged the Brass Sultan and the Neuroasis the most. Would you like to enter?
Mhm.
She turns around, reaches in one of her bags, and pulls out a large iron key, puts it in on the lock on the chain, clicks it open, and pulls the chain off the door. And she has to put her full minotaur size and form into opening up this door. You even hear her grunt a little bit, but she pushes the door. Dust and cobwebs kind of dangle down, and she gestures for you to enter.
And I do so.
You see a pitch black room with just dirt and sand, kind of like a mixture of dirt and sand. It's very kind of loose,
Mhm.
and it reeks of death in here. And then she enters behind you. and she stands by the door,
Mhm.
and she says, "Take a position at the center of the room."
Okay. And does so.
Now sit down and continue your training.
Okay. Sits down, breathes exercises, and continues what she was doing before.
Give me a wisdom check. Okay. You sit and you work. It goes on for a few hours, and first thing you notice is that presence again is around you once again, and it is way more fierce than a lot more. It startles you. Give me another wisdom check. Okay. You feel something grab your arm, cold and necrotic. You sear with pain. Take 12 points of necrotic damage.
Quick question, is that not including my assistance or just -5 from there?
That's including your resistance.
Okay, so -12. Okay.
Don't worry, you saved, so you only took half damage.
Yay! Okay.
As you reel back from the pain and you open your eyes, you see a phantom ghostly hand grabbing you.
Mhm.
And Juan quickly reaches out and says, and you watch as the ghost looks over towards her and pulls away and disappears from you.
Oh, so I could see that ghost?
Yes, this
Okay.
was a full-on ghost.
Okay. Curiosity, what ghost of it, like, determine a race off from it?
No.
Okay.
Whatever the race of this thing was, humanoid from what you saw, but no discernible face features.
Mm.
Just a lot of decay in ghastly form.
Mhm.
And one looks towards you. As you can tell, this training will not be the same. If you lose concentration, they will attack. And I can only hope to save you by so much. Even I have trouble in this room. Would you like to continue?
Yeah.
Continue then.
Mhm.
Did you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Continues on focusing.
Okay, give me a wisdom check. You're startled. Your mind's racing. You feel a claw scrape against your back.
Mhm.
You take 27 points of necrotic damage.
Ouch. Okay.
And you reel back from the pain. You look over your shoulder and you look as a very small
Mhm.
ghost, almost childlike, and another humanoid ghost, a little bit thicker than the first one you saw.
Mhm.
Both scraping at your back before Juan goes, "Move away from her," and the spirits look towards her and pull back.
Mm.
I must remind you, you're familiar with many undead and ghosts. You know
Mhm.
that if they take your life, there's no easy way to bring you back, correct?
Yeah.
You won't simply fall unconscious, you will be dead. Would you like to continue?
Uh, Query, because I know this is what I was asking before. Um, healing word is just as it's a divine healing thing. Do I still need to implement or
No.
for it? I would like to cast that.
Okay.
Yeah. Just to
Go ahead.
get myself up.
Plus your healing surge.
Yep, 11.
Go ahead and mark off one of your healing surges.
Yep. And plus 17. So that is 28. Yep. It's like, yeah. Continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go into hour 3.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a wisdom check. Okay. Sit there for a moment, try to recollect yourself. And you feel something scrape across your face. As you quickly open up your eyes, you see a little girl ghost just kind of reaching out for you longingly. You take
Sorry.
say technical difficulties, but it's doggy difficulties.
Sorry.
You take 37 points of damage.
Okay.
Almost full damage on that one.
Oh. Yeah.
And one once again steps in and chastises the ghost, and it floats away. Shall we continue?
Actually, that's a fair point. That's not. Sorry, I just remembered something. The one thing I always forget of healing word is I get temporary hit points, so it's slightly not as bad. So what was that? That was 5. Was that 5? Wait. Yeah, 5. So plus 5. Once more, and I am gonna do my. No, let's see. Temporary hit points don't stack, even if they come from. No, they don't. Just.
Already lost those temporary hit points.
Yeah, no, I was gonna do healing word again, and then I was thinking of doing stay the hand of death, but I don't know if that would still work.
No, they do not stack.
Yeah, cool. I'll do healing word again.
Okay.
There we go. Now we're just gonna have 5 there. And then. Oh, no, it's grey. Plus 20. Okay.
And then continue. Again, you sit, you concentrate, you try letting it go, but panic's starting to set in. Once again, a ghost reeks out at you. You take 22 points of damage.
Okay.
And one once again gets the ghost to leave you alone.
Mm-hmm.
Also, drop your healing surges down again.
Yeah, will do.
And one looks towards you. Do you need to take a rest?
Yeah, yeah.
Come this way, my child.
Yeah, follows her.
She opens up the door, closes it behind her, and puts the chain on the door and locks it.
Mm-hmm.
She gestures to just a seat on the ground next to the door. Have a rest.
Yep, and that's so.
Have you gathered why I'm making you go through this training?
To and not worry. Yeah, everything be fine and just believe in my own self. Shrugs.
She kind of lightly chuckles. Well, that's the beginning steps of your training. But what do you think we'll be able to accomplish here? As Ruia sits and ponders.
Yeah, as I sit and ponder, yeah. Sorry. I guess trying to believe in my own self.
Again, that is the first steps. I'm talking about more of an end goal. What do you think you could do if you had more control over something like that?
I could determine the outcome. Change the sway of things. Change the outcome
Oh,
I'm fearing.
much more than that. Like I said a few days ago, your aura is connected with death in a way I've never seen before. In your past, you've dealt with the undead and the dead, tending to graves, destroying undead where it rose. But this is not enough. If you can truly intune yourself with that line between life and death, that line that you manipulate so often, so frequently, it's second nature. If you were able to amp that up, I mean, who knows the limitation of what you'd be capable of? The living, dead, all that goes in between. All of them would be at your mercy. And quite personally, I'm curious to see what would come of this. Your attachment to the death in the Shadowfell is unlike anything I've seen before.
Have you been to the Shadowfell?
Yes.
I remember when I first saw it. Much more beautiful than I thought it would ever be.
Why shouldn't it be? Death is just another part of life, and isn't life beautiful?
That it certainly is.
So why shouldn't death be the same?
Okay. I think
Go
I'm.
ahead and take a short rest.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead and mark off any healing surges you'd like to spend.
Hmm. Let me see. I mean, do I?
I know you're not going to try to double stack healing word then have a short rest. Just go ahead and do the healing surges.
Hmm?
So don't try to double stack a healing word with your
Yeah.
short rest either. Don't play that game, okay?
I won't. I don't even think I can use it now anyway.
No, because it would extend the wait time. So just go
Yeah.
ahead and just spend the normal hit die for,
One,
you know.
two, think. Yeah, two should be enough. It's not gonna get me to max, but it'll get me close. Actually, right, you know what? Screw it. I'll spend the last one as well. So
Okay,
3.
go ahead and mark off 3 healing surges.
Okay.
Are you ready to continue?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. She takes you back in the chamber. You sit down.
Mhm.
She says, begin.
Okay. Me in tune with death. Okay. Could do that thing of like getting fingers poison, just brings it down as she breathes out.
Okay.
And all the wisdom checks, I imagine.
Yes, another wisdom check.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you said you reach your fingers out on the ground, correct?
But it's like you know how people do that, like calm down myself, putting their fingers together, and then as they're breathing out, they bring their hands downwards. So
As you
imagine
do
as she's
that,
doing that. Yeah.
your hands touch the dirt and sand beneath you. And for a moment, you feel the cold soil beneath you, and you think about how cold it is. Then you realize, oh, no, I'm thinking. No more Jacques, no more past, no more Raven Queen, just me. Me. Hmm. Who do you think of when you think of me? Not me, but you me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ruia.
Hmm. Things of like what she's been through, like from not knowing something to
Past.
yeah. But this is what it's just me how I visualize speaking it. Just like she thinks of like what she's gone through and where she is now and how much she's grown in between there. Just
That's
like
growth. That's past. That's
yeah,
present.
yeah.
That's not you. What are you? What do you think of when it's you think of you in this moment, right now? The struggle between life and death, the here, the now, the struggle between past and present, the here now, in this state,
Just there,
this place of no fate, no life, no death, just now.
just there. She's here. And she knows that she's there.
So you're there.
Yeah,
And as long as you're there, you can still keep trying, correct?
yeah.
You can still keep failing.
Mhm.
You can still keep to pick yourself up and move on.
Yeah.
You can still rely on your friends. You can still struggle with your past, learn to overcome it. In that moment, you see the infinite possibility of the now, letting it all go. The opportunities, if you just breathe and just realize that there's more to come, everything is already in the past.
Mhm.
All there is the now. And you let it go. And you feel a hand touch yours.
Mhm. Look at it.
You see a little girl's hand.
Again, is there like any depiction of what race she could have been?
Human.
Okay.
She's no longer ghastly. She looks like a regular human sitting next to you.
She kind of like just turns her hand round so the palm's facing upwards and just be like, hello.
She kind of recoils from you and she kind of shakes her head in a no. She doesn't speak,
Mm.
but you get a sudden flash.
Mm.
This little girl is not a little girl.
Mm-hmm.
It's a young, beautiful halfling who thought she was greater than what she was. So great that she caused a lot of problems in life. She messed with people's minds, she messed with people's souls. She was not a good person
Mm.
and brought about the ruin of thousands. And you take all that emotion in, all that regret, all that pain, that anger, and you see her final moments of death being beheaded. And you take it all in. Another hand reaches up and touches your shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
It's a large, thick, meaty arm and hand.
Mm-hmm.
Orcish gentleman.
Yeah.
You look at him,
Mm-hmm.
you think about it, and more flashes. You see a terrible would-be conqueror who thought that he was fighting for his people in conquering lands. But through his conquests, he killed almost his entire group, his tribe, his herd, and his own lust for power. And it wasn't until his final moments that he realized that the only thing he truly fought for was himself, and that thousands butchered at his hand, and the methods and routes he was seeking would have brought about even greater ruin. And all of those emotions from that life seeps into you, and you continue to just let it go.
Oh. Oops. I just realized I had the right screen on all this time. My bad.
Okay, they're not missing much.
No.
Um, Another hand reaches towards your other shoulder. You see an elven gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
Then you see flashes of an arcane practitioner who dabbled in many taboo subjects. And in the pursuit of power and knowledge, he betrayed those closest to him and traded secrets that were intended for good towards those who were evil and brought out about a great calamity long ago. You see what was once a bean cove, now a rocky, rough cove that surrounds the entire area, used to stand a shit. What is the landmass called when it's like it's water? A cove, an actual cove. There is no cove to Bean Cove, but
Okay.
you visualize it with a cove, and you can kind of recognize the topography and the shape, and you realize that this is a Bean Cove, and you see an explosion of magic that destroys the entire cove and turns it into the rough reef that it is now. And you feel all his pain, regret, sorrow, and it floods into you, and you let it go, and one after another, after another, after another, all of these people, some of them cruel, but almost all of them have regret, even selfish regrets for some of them, but still regret that humanity of those emotions are still there, whether they be drow, orc, human. There's a few devils. You feel it all. and it all rushes through you, and you let it go. And by one, you watch as they all fade.
Okay. Just. Okay. I should do like a small, like, smile of relief in that whole letting it go process. Like a big weight's been like lifted off her shoulders.
What do you do?
Mm.
Look around or anything?
Yeah. Should I look around, see if anyone, like, any more ghosts or ones still about.
Juan is standing there with her mouth agape.
Okay.
How did you do that?
Hmm?
These souls, I've spent many years trying to console them, get them to move on, and you did it as if it was breathing. You see a single tear like forming and falling out of her eye.
I saw their story and their regret. And, as you said, helped him to let it go.
Hmm. She kind of wipes the tear from her eye. You are exceeding my expectations. I knew you were drawn to death, but even with your situation with your lover, you seem to see past the veil of life and death. I'm glad I got you as a student. I'm glad I could teach you my lessons.
I'm
We
glad.
were supposed to spend the next few days here, but
Hmm.
I think you deserve a few days off.
I'm glad to have been your student. I couldn't have done it without you. Pretty sure without your tutelage, I probably would have gone insane. um,
There's more to come.
yeah,
You've passed my first lesson. With flying colors, I might add, but still more to come.
of course.
And she walks over and extends a hand to help you stand up.
Yeah, takes and stands up.
And she begins to walk out the door, and you watch her as she starts walking up the stairs. The door is still, she leaves the door open to let you follow behind.
Mhm. Follow so.
And the chain is still undone.
Mhm.
Do you close the door or anything?
Uh, yeah, I'll close the door.
Okay.
Yeah.
Close the door.
Mhm.
Do you put the chain back on it?
I will do, just out of courtesy for everyone else.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't have the key to put the lock into place.
No. Just no, because I. Do you not need this lock and one?
She looks at you, looks at the lock, then she looks back at you. We don't need it anymore. And she continues up the stairs.
Okay. Smiles and goes up the stairs.
She takes you back up, down the hallway,
Mhm.
through the hallway with the library, and she takes you to a room, and she opens it, and there you see a massive, luxurious bed, a massive, luxurious bath, a massive, luxurious, like, royalty room.
Mhm.
Um, just picture basically the ultimate, like, Arabian, like almost Sultan room. That's kind
Yes.
of basically what you're working with right now.
Mhm.
Big open windows and stuff like that. It is beautiful. It is massive, sizable. Tons of brass and gold line most of the decoration in this room. drapes of red. It is fucking beautiful.
Mhm.
And she gestures you to enter.
And I do so.
You can stay here for the next few days. I only ask that you remain in solace here. Think about what we've talked about.
Mhm.
Think about my second lesson. And I really want you to think about what you're truly capable of. And I will have the maids bring you food, so you need not worry about it. Take
Okay.
care, and I shall return in a few days.
Okay.
So, what do you do in your swanky little fucking, VIP treatment room?
Yeah. Takes a good bath.
It is fucking awesome. As soon as you get in the water,
Yeah.
um, first of all, like as you're getting like ready to take a bath, you notice that the bath starts to steam up,
Ooh.
and
Good.
you're like, you kind of raise an eyebrow to it, and you touch it, and you can feel it's like getting warmer and warmer. You're like, okay, that's weird. I didn't even have to do anything. And you slip one leg in, then the other, and you know how sometimes it can be rough getting a bath water because it like starts at a temperature and you gotta like raise it or it's too hot and
Mhm.
there's that battle to normalize it out.
Yeah.
As you get into the bath, it continues to heat up
Mhm.
until it's that nice, relaxing, comfortable kind of temperature, and it just maintains that.
It's good.
And it kind of has like a kind of slanted, almost like chair-like situation on one end. You can kind of just sit on it.
Mhm.
And as you're sitting that, you feel something moving across your skin.
Looks at it.
Um, your lower half, your entire backside is now encased in a gelatinous substance.
Okay.
Do you do anything or you just continue?
Just I just like wipe the gelatinous substance just all over.
Um, you don't need to because it's kind of covering your entire body.
Okay.
This thing starts to, not to get into too detail, basically it's good.
Mhm.
Like it's almost like the water or something is kind of wrapping around you, cleaning you,
Mhm.
and like as it passes by an area, like your skin feels really soft and clean. And after about a few moments of this going over your entire body, and it kind of even lifts you off the seat a little bit to where you're just kind of free floating for a few. And there's kind of like this weightless, kind of unique, just kind of like, oh, like you don't have to move. This temperature is really nice, and it's almost to like that zen point where you're like, oh god, I'm gonna pass out. And right before you pass out, and finishes going over the entirety of your body, it kind of retreats into a hole that you have to not notice before. Yeah, welcome to the exquisite, um, gelatinous cube baths of the palace.
The only time when a gelatinous cube is good.
Yeah, when you have it magically bonded to do exactly what you want it to do, it's pretty useful.
Yeah. 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 She'll see.
Rui doesn't know that, but
No.
I don't think she.
Don't even think she's ever met a gelatinous cube.
Nope.
At least as far as she is aware. Um, no, she'll enjoy her gelatinous cube bath. And then she'll there when it's all nice, big, sparkly, and like out of the bath. Dry
Yeah, and
off.
as you're sitting in the bath, though, you look over and there's a metal tin, and you see a wine bottle in it.
Hmm. Is there any labelling on said wine bottle?
Yes.
What's it say? is this?
Uh,
Ah.
it's called the Crest of Corellia.
That sounds really familiar.
You've never heard of it.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure if I heard it from somewhere else or not.
I'll just threw some words together.
Oh, okay. Sounds really familiar. Oh yeah. She'll take get a bath and she'll have a few drink of there.
Okay.
Basically.
As you're drying yourself off and you go to reach for the wine,
Mhm.
a semi-translucent figure appears before you. An older gentleman
Mhm.
with a nice suit picks up the wine, pours it into a glass, and hands it out towards you.
Thank you.
There's a quiet nod, and it disappears.
You sit in a bed. Sit on said comfy bed. Drink said glass of wine and just enjoy being on this nice comfy bed. Probably the comfiest bed she's probably ever been in.
Like by 1,000.
Yes. It's like going.
It is honestly like, yeah, it's the best bed you've ever experienced.
It's like going from a hammock to going onto Egyptian cotton. I imagine.
Okay, certain hammocks are pretty awesome, depending on how they're made.
You know what I
don't
mean,
wanna
though.
Shit on hammocks. I like hammocks. Yeah, but it is amazing. And after a bit, food is brought to you,
Mhm.
and you have an exquisite, relaxing evening.
Mhm.
And as you're eating dinner, you hear subtle violin and flute. As you look over, and there's a couple semi-translucent figures. There is a dwarf and an orc playing music. It's pleasant. It's quiet, soft music. Nothing too jarring, and it's very pleasant while eating.
I'll give a round of applause when the song finishes.
You do, and they bow. And they continue to play as long as you're eating.
Yeah.
Once you're done eating, they do another bow, and they disappear. Welcome to the Royal Seen Unseen Servants.
Mhm.
Welcome to the Royal Seen Unseen Servants. It's a joke. Unseen servant, but they're seen.
Mhm. I get it. I get it.
Okay. So anything you would like to do with the day?
Hmm. Oh yeah, I suppose I've got a few days to myself. Sure.
Ah,
Wait. I'm visible now. I just realised. Okay.
maybe.
As far as I'm aware, I'm visible now. I'm gonna go see Sin again.
Okay.
Yeah. Random
Um,
question. Is there any pieces of paper in this royal suite?
yes.
I would like to take some pieces of paper. Just in
Okay.
case.
You do so.
Yes.
You go to the library, I assume?
Yep.
Okay.
Any place where I know it could be.
You enter,
Mhm.
and there's only one person in the library.
Mhm.
You see Graz.
Okay.
And as you enter, he goes to turn, and there's a momentary startle as he sees you. And then you hear in your brain, huh, I apologize. I didn't approach you coming. There's almost no thought going on. And he just kind of has an eyebrow raised towards you. And then he quickly goes, I don't mean that as an insult. I mean,
That's
it's just,
absolutely fine. It's the intent. I should just chuckle. I have a quick question. Can you see me?
No.
Okay. That's
I
an
can
effect then.
sense you're there, though.
Did a thing and I don't think I'm visible to anyone, so I just wanted to check.
It's probably a part of your training. We were all ordered to sequester all of you. But I've noticed that each of you instinctively try to find the others. It's like none of you are able to take a hint. And you hear a slight chuckle in your own brain.
Yeah.
It's weird having someone laugh in your own head.
Yeah. How is Raina's training going?
A bit better now.
That's good. She seemed down a lot earlier.
As you all did. Training isn't training if it's easy all the way.
Of
Quite
course.
frankly, there's a lot ahead of us, but we want this, and despite what you may all think of us, we do want you all to be alive, and because for at the very least, you're all very expensive pawns on the board. And again, mind flayers don't have the mouth to smile, but his tentacles kind of coil up in almost like a smile.
I shall leave it to your training as well, or instructions of training Raina.
He nods.
Yeah.
Well, if there's nothing else, my lady, I will bid you adieu.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, she'll head back to the trying to think.
Back to the awesome chamber.
Yeah, back to the awesome chamber because I can't frankly think of anywhere better to go without people not seeing her.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Heard it from Kraz himself.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Okay. So you head back to the chamber,
Yeah.
and if you ain't got anything else,
No.
okay, you spend the next few days in lavish luxury.
Mhm.
Um, you do think a few times like, oh god, I would love to take Jacques to a place like this.
Mhm.
Not so much like, oh god, I miss Jacques or anything like that. You just, when I get him again, we're gonna have to do something like this.
Mhm.
Instead of focusing on the negative now of, oh god, it sucks. It's more, oh sweet. Well, later, tomorrow, future, he'll be there, and we'll be able to do this.
Yeah.
Kind of a positive outlook thinking, because you let it go in the now. Anyways, so you spend the next few days, you basically being a baller in a pimp out's room. And you take a slime bath every night. Um, there's a few books around the room for your reading. One of them is kind of some dirty literature. Um, trashy romance novel, but D&D equivalent of.
Yeah.
It's nice. And then you jokingly think about how Bardem every once in a while there would be a book like this around. And then
Yeah.
you kind of think, well, go ahead, roll me insight.
Yeah. One. 16. Still a one though.
Man, Bardem must really love trash novels. He had them all the time.
Yeah. By Bardem, like 50 Shades of Grey. Yeah.
As a player, I hope you know that that's not right at all. But sure, okay. And you spend the next few days, and then, about 8 days later, you go to wake up, and on this morning, you open up your eyes and you see Juan standing over you.
Hello.
Hello. Today is the beginning of your next lesson.
Mhm.
So get dressed and get ready.
Of course is. Yeah, she does so. In question, does she have her mason holy symbol back?
Nope.
Okay, just checking.
But you get ready,
Mhm.
and once everything is done,
Mhm.
um, Juan looks towards you.
Mhm.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
You follow her back down towards the royal guard section of the palace.
Mhm.
Um, walk past Reina's room. You walk past Juan's room, and eventually you get to a door that is completely made out of marble.
Okay.
And on the front there is a line going down the center of these arcane rooms.
Mhm.
And Juan puts her hand towards the door, and you watch as the door slowly descends into the ground. It almost looks like it doesn't move into the ground. It almost looks like it melts into the ground. Like the marble was made out of some liquid.
Hmm.
And inside, you see a massive arcane laboratory slash workshop slash library slash everything but a room. And in the tiny corner, you see a tiny little bed.
Okay.
Not short, just very thin, like a
Yeah.
very one person only bed.
Yeah.
And there you see, off in the corner, you see Alcor and Sin.
Huh. Hello.
No response as
I
Juan
figured.
walked. Are the preparations ready, Alcor? Alcor turns and looks. Yes. Let's go, Sin.
Wait.
You're gonna love this.
Um, Ruia's just gonna quickly go up to Sin and just give him a hug.
Okay. He begins to step forward, hits like an invisible wall, pauses for a moment, gets a little startled. You let go of the hug, and he's just kind of staring around. Like he doesn't know what just happened.
Yeah.
And he just kind of takes his staff and pokes it out, and it touches you,
Mhm.
but he keeps poking the other air, touches you again, and just continues. Like even the poking you is not registering you.
Can I pick up his hand and put it against my ear?
As soon as you grab his hand, he kind of recoils, kind of startled by it.
Yeah.
And Juan goes, it's best to save that for later. And
Yeah.
Alcor
Fair enough.
raises an eyebrow, and then you watch as Alcor, as soon, Narako go, and you watch as his eyes flare up, and then he looks over and sees you. And then he looks over at Juan, and he's like, oh, I get you. But anyways, Sin, sorry about that. Just ignore that. We'll discuss it later. Sin's gonna give you guys a hand with this one. We've been working on this, and fingers crossed. Hopefully, he doesn't, send you in the middle of a tour.
Yeah, please don't
And
do that, Sin.
Sin just starts writing chalk on the ground
Yeah.
in a circle. And Alcor goes, "I'll let him know."
Thank you.
Hey Sin, don't fuck it up. And Sin just flips him off while he continues to write on the circle. Very different dichotomy with teacher student with this relationship.
Mhm.
Um, and Sin takes the next 10 minutes inscribing this, and he goes, "Okay, I think it's all ready." And Alcor goes, "If you would, both of you step in the circle."
It does so.
And then as you step on the circle, you see the arcane runes start glowing all around you, almost like they start on one end, going
Mhm.
both ways, and then they meet on the opposite side. And once that happens, a glow surrounds you. And then Sin's standing there and kind of smiling at himself, like has this kind of proud look. No insight needed.
Yeah.
And then he thinks about it for a second.
I
And he
clap.
looks over at Alcor. Wait a second. Both of them, as he stares at just Juan.
Yeah.
And then you no longer see the palace. You feel like you're yanked 10 feet, 20 feet, 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 5,000 feet, miles away in a dark void before you feel your feet touch the ground. You're outside. It's very dark. You look around. It's daylight, but it's dark. There's clouds forming above you. You look to your left and right and behind you, and you are above a cliff, about a mile up. You take a moment, gain your bearings. You see the sun rising, it's still morning. So you're like, okay, that's east, that's west, that's north. You look north, you see the entire ever shifting sands to the north.
Okay.
Go ahead and give me an intelligence check.
Yay! I think it's.
You find yourself on the cliff face, one of the cliff faces of Valum Parbat, with Juan standing next to you. She kind of shivers a little bit. She's like, "Oof, it's always chilly up here." Okay. First warning:
Mm-hmm.
everything up here will try to kill you. Second thing: no one's really sure if we're supposed to be here or not, so don't touch anything unless it touches you. I have an escape route. Stay close to me.
Okay.
And she begins to start climbing up the rock face. It's not like sheer, just, rock wall.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty, like there's decent footholds still here and there, and there's almost kind of like a generic path that kind of climbs its way up.
Yeah.
And you guys reach almost like a summit. And once you reach the summit, you can see just a good 20, 30 feet ahead of you.
Mm-hmm.
And the area you're at, it kind of drops back down in front of you. Over on this facing, you see a path that leads up to an onyx stone castle. Very kind of gothic structure. Think kind of Curse of Strahd mixed in with a little less. It's more Castlevania, less Curse of Strahd, but
Yeah.
similar alley. And it seems to be made out of some onyx material, like it's dark stone, almost like void black. And it's hanging off of a cliff, and what is below that cliff is what is in front of you. Think of it as a volcano, but instead of molten lava, it's like a dark greenish blue color of this liquid. And you can see a shadow forming around it. She's like, "Oh, I really hate this part. Would you like to go down?"
Lead the way.
She reaches over and she casts something on you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this should help you from everything melting off your bones.
Okay.
And she begins to slowly trek down the thing.
Yeah. That follows.
So, what do you know of your lover?
He wasn't from here. Was in a like a. No, the only thing I can describe was a vicious fighting pit as a slave for a long time. Met up with his group, went on many adventures, saved realms many a times.
I've heard many of his tales. He's quite famous in some parts. he's done a great job in his past of keeping his name hidden. It's actually annoyed our Sultan to much end. He doesn't like not knowing things.
Yeah.
And this Jacques, as you've grown to call him, clearly not his name, but the one he uses is still wrapped in enigma and mystery.
Yeah, man.
Most of the
Sorry, I was just gonna say, I remember your Sultan saying that he had a different name.
Yes, when it comes to draconic creatures, names are very unique. They're very specific, and each one holds power. Not in the same regard a devil or demon had a devil or a demon's name has power, but in a very different. It's very important to draconic creatures.
Mm.
That's why many dragons, once they reach certain age, both chromatic and metallic, they take titles that they give themselves, or take on titles that they fancy. Names are a big thing to them. In the stories that I've heard about Jacques, do you know what his most famous name is?
No.
Darth Vetlin.
Um, what does that mean for one of Commenton?
Kinslayer.
Hmm.
You do know what he's most famous for when it comes to his capabilities, correct? And as you guys are discussing this, you guys kind of walk down to a bit of rock where this bluish green dark liquid is kind of flowing.
Mm-hmm.
You feel there's no other description, even with the magical protection that you have, and you can tell it's holding on you.
Mm-hmm.
There is a necrotic and elemental energy seeping from this liquid that you've never felt before,
Mm-hmm.
but familiar, close to being familiar. You experienced it once long ago when you saw Jacques use his breath on something. And as you stand there, you look out as she says Darth Bethlin and explains it. And there you see bones. Massive bones. One set, two set, 10 sets, 20 sets, 40 sets. All lining this massive indent on the top of the Velum Parbat, this near volcano looking thing. Go ahead and give me a perception check combined with a nature check.
Perception and nature. So perception's here, and nature is here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Not too difficult since, you've seen this creature up close twice now.
Okay.
These are draconic bones. These are dragon bones. And by the judging of them, they all look to be ancient. This is a mass dragon graveyard.
Suppose I'll explain the magic energies around here as well.
Do you say that out loud?
Yeah.
No.
Hmm?
If anything, I almost feel like it's acting as somewhat of a seal to the energies that are also seeping out from below. Are you familiar with the history of Velum Parbat?
I don't think I am. Saying that as a player, because I don't
You
know.
know a little bit about it.
Okay.
Long ago, during the wars of past time,
Mm-hmm.
one great battle, which is pretty strongly tied to the history of Elois, is the battle between Io and shit. I don't want to butcher his name,
Mm-hmm.
but another primordial. I will get to the name for you another time.
Mm-hmm.
They had a very insane battle that raged across Elois, and in the final moments of the battle, the primordial had cleaved Io in half. and where the body fell is where Lake Io was apparently formed,
Yeah.
or the crater that, where the lake sits. And from those two halves, Bahamut and Tiamat rose, striking at the primordial,
Uh-huh.
killing it and sundering its axe.
Mm.
When the axe split, it split into three pieces. The first one went in Kentucky, which opened a pierced veil into the Fae.
Mhm.
The other one landed near where the combat was, in the now forged city of Throggermere, that pierced the veil into the astral sea. Third piece struck the peak of Velum Parbat, piercing the veil into the Shadowfell.
Mhm.
You are standing at the peak of Velum Parbat, the place where the axe supposedly fell.
Okay. Mm.
And you've heard stories that the undead sometimes leak out from Velum Parbat and cause issues.
Yeah.
And she looks out towards the bones. Do you understand what it means for dragons to call this person Darth Vetlin?
They fear him.
Not just that. There are many changes to words within the Draconic language, and there are other words that mean draconic creatures and the like. That word, Darth, is relegated to dragons referring to other dragons. The dragons that he had faced were fearful enough and respectful enough to refer to him as the same kind as themselves.
Hmm.
You could say, according to his legend and the stories surrounding it, that man is a dragon himself, but he is now something new as well. Something much different. You're aware of this. And I want you to gaze upon this graveyard and know that someday, depending on how things go,
Mm.
you may have to bury him here.
Hmm.
Are you willing to take that step?
But when that time comes, I'll do not just my duty as a cleric of the Raven Queen, but as a friend
I
and lover
didn't
to
ask
him.
that.
Hmm?
I asked, would you, not as a cleric of the Raven Queen, let it all go. Would you?
Yeah.
She kind of nods towards you. That wasn't a test. I'm curious myself. I don't know where you will go going from here, and I don't know where he will go. I honestly don't know where any of your group will go.
Mm.
You've all shown capabilities that, I mean, quite frankly, go beyond our understanding. We have a tiefling man who seems to have more devil blood in him than we've ever seen. We have an little elf girl who has more elemental power than some high elementals. We have a little gnomish man who grasps arcane knowledge faster and more efficiently than even Alcor himself. We don't have much information on him, but from what we've seen of your human friend as well, shows that he is a beast among men. Each one of you seem unique, powerful, but where your stories go, she kind of shrugs her shoulders, is beyond what the spirits can tell me. And then she kind of looks back towards the outside of the crater. All of Elois, all of everything is in all of your hands. You do know that, correct?
Yeah, I do
We of
so
the
very
brass,
much.
we of the brass courts may be powerful and in the know, and the Sultan's first line of defense, and it will remain that way for some time. But the potential of the Onyx Circle, let's just say it startles many people in this land, for a right reason. And from what we've gathered, the first inklings of the group was sent to Latest because no one thought they were worth anything. They sent him to what was supposed to be the relatively safest place in all of Elois, and there they faced threat after threat and survived, even being betrayed by the Platinum Band. They survived, met you, and you continue to survive with them. You are all here because of each other, and going forward you will need them as well. So in this moment, choose one.
Choose one.
Yes, choose one.
So I'm not quite understand. This is just me as a plain understanding. You're saying to pick a person, or
Yes.
oh, okay.
Will it be your lover, your leader, your friend, the little brat that just recently came into your family? The little gnome who is an asshole but does have some interests in this family. Which one? Choose.
Hmm. Shock.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
Maybe your father that you left home?
I don't know if I was part of the choice on that, in all honesty. Hmm.
It is.
Okay. Uh, if I can only pick one, then yeah.
Yeah,
Bardem,
what?
Bardem Cold Drifter.
She touches your shoulder, and as
Yeah.
you look towards the center of the graveyard,
Mhm.
you see Bardem there.
Mhm.
He's
Actually,
there,
actually him there.
and he's burning alive at the center of
Oh.
this quote unquote volcano. Are you going to let him fade away? He's screaming at you, Ruia.
Yeah.
He's dying.
Yeah. I was gonna. As soon as she saw him like in the fire and stuff, she's just gonna rush over and pull him out.
You take 2 steps forward.
Mhm.
You take 11 points of fire, lightning, thunder, every type damage.
Okay. 11. Okay.
I need you to roll me a wisdom check.
Let me just move there. Let me just grab that. Put that down. There you go.
You take the few steps forward, you feel the pain reeling as you realize that the spell that protected you
Mhm.
is no longer on you.
Mhm.
You stumble forward and you almost fall face forward into it, struggling to try to get to Bartum. You almost, in that moment where you almost trip and fall, you get caught.
It's
And
like
you look to your left and your right, and you see Nat and Conrad holding both of your arms, lifting you back up.
just gonna shout out. Be like, oh god, I can't even say it now because I'm choking up. It's like, just be like, Barton, reach my hand, and just keep going forward.
He's very far and he's sinking still.
Yeah.
So you push forward.
Yeah. Push forward.
Okay. You continue through.
Mhm.
You take 13 points of damage. Give me another wisdom as you're trying to fight through all of this pain.
13. 4.
You keep pushing through the pain. It's too much, and you're starting to begin to pass out. And then smack right in front of your face.
Mhm.
You look up and you see Damasaries just giving you this look like, are you really going to give up right now?
No.
You take 1 point of damage from the smack
Yeah.
as his large meaty hand rings across your face.
It's all good. Like, I was gonna say, check me further, big guy. Goes a distance and tries to go forward more. Don't know if he can actually do that.
He reaches out in your hand and he tosses you a good 10, 15 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's big. 25 feet. You land. It's still searing in pain.
Yeah.
I'm gonna count that as one of the movements. You take another only 9 damage this time,
Okay.
and roll another wisdom.
One.
You almost topple forward from the force, but once again you feel a hand reaching up and keeping you up.
Mhm.
You look over and you see Reyna there. And just kind of like gesturing towards Bartum.
Yeah. Yeah. And keeps going forward with the big push.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your health went all crazy.
I've got it on my phone. It's fine.
Okay, so it's 44.
I'm on 34 at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're on 34?
Yeah.
Okay, so you were hurting real bad.
Mhm.
Your legs are searing, like looking down. Your armor, your boots are pretty much gone, and
Mhm.
a good chunk of the meat is missing. And it's still burning up. It's a mix between cold. It feels like just creeping death.
Quick question. From what I can see, oh, hang on. No, I couldn't. How far away does it look to be?
It's hard to tell.
Okay.
A good 60 feet at the very least. Maybe even 100. The pain is pretty intense.
Okay, yeah, no, I couldn't figure out. Um, I should be doing the healing words on myself.
I don't know if you can concentrate on that and try to push forward at the same time.
I can roll for it if you like, or just continue going.
Give me an endurance check just to see. No.
Okay.
Pain's too much. You know there's a choice you gotta make. Either heal or move forward.
Yeah,
Which are you gonna choose?
move forward.
Okay. As you take a step forward, Raina nods at you and slaps you on your ass.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
you keep pushing just one step after the other, and you're really sinking in. Your legs are giving out. You're tripping. You're tripping. Give me another wisdom check. As you're trying to fight through the pain, as your legs are literally being burnt out underneath you. You go to stumble, and you catch something.
Mhm.
You see Sin next to you, offering his stick towards you, his staff.
Yeah.
And he just stands there, not really smiling or anything.
Mm.
You kind of give him that look like thank you, and he kind of rolls his eyes at you. And just kind of gestures towards Sparta.
I was gonna say, able to make me faster?
He raises an eyebrow at you.
I don't know if he's able to like polymorph me into something just so I can fly over faster.
He's just raising an eyebrow at
Yeah,
you.
okay.
Looks at his stick and then looks back towards you. Like that. I did something.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
You take another 13 points of damage as you push forward.
Mhm.
Do you want to continue?
Do one more, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You begin to move forward. Even the staff is starting to burn up. It's slowly shrinking in size.
Mhm.
Which once was about 3 feet is now becoming 2, 1.5, and you're just sinking more and more into this viscous, energy-based liquid.
Mhm.
Give me a wisdom check. Roll it another time. Because you did get that nat 20. And I'm forgiving these Paragon stuffs. A little bit. Okay. And you keep pushing through, and you're almost face to face with this liquid as you're slowly beginning to sink into it.
Mhm.
As you feel something lifting you up from your armpits,
Mhm.
you feel a rush of air surrounding you. You hear the flapping of wings. As you look back and you see Jacques staring at you.
Mhm.
And he hoists you out of the liquid and brings you towards Bartum.
Yeah.
You take another 12 points of damage.
Okay.
And as he's flying you towards Bartum,
Mhm.
who's still screaming out in agonizing pain,
Mm.
you feel a gentle kiss on your cheek and your neck.
Mhm. I just like grab the cheek and it's like, hold me down as I'm trying to reach up for Bard and trying to
And
pull him back up.
And as your hand clasps towards Bartum, he sinks down in the depths below. You fall to the ground. You reach down, and there's nothing.
Oh, come
The
on.
surrounding
Come on.
area begins to crack and freeze over, becoming solid ground. Cracks begin to form. You can still see that energy seeping through as all of the bones surrounding you begin to shift and move, cracking and pulling limbs out from the now hardened magma of this top. as you watch as 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 30 of these ancient dragon bones begin to pick themselves up, their eyes glowing, all looking towards you.
It just could be like crying, just like she finally got there and her father's like seeped into the dirt. Realised the skeletons are now also moving, and she's just gonna try and like wipe her eyes away, trying to focus on the now, as it were, and just start casting healing word on herself twice.
Okay.
Yeah, I just quickly roll that.
You can cast it once because this is a turn order.
Oh, it's turn order thing? Okay.
Go ahead and roll initiative.
Okay, I'll do that now then. Damn it, that was a really low. Initiative. Okay. Oh, I can't do it because I couldn't slam a token.
There's your token right behind.
I can't select the token.
Yeah, just.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Nice. Thank you.
You quickly cast healing word. You watch as all of these, what appear to be ancient Draco liches, all begin to form around you and start surrounding you. You look around. You don't see Juan. You don't see any of your other allies. You are all alone. They are surrounded you. What do you do?
I've already done the healing word, Finn. What can I do? She's gonna shut him say. And I'm like, can I do that? Am I bloodied? I don't know. Yes, I am. Good. Okay. Yeah. She's gonna shut him. It's like, get back. Type in and do stay the hand of death on herself. Actually, no, not that, because that wouldn't work. Never mind. Well,
Just to let you know,
yeah.
you're surrounded by like 40
Yeah.
Draco liches.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think. I don't have any implements or anything. Okay, yeah, she's just gonna try and get back.
I will say a level back where you're surrounded.
Because the only other thing she can do is her cloud.
Stop
If
looking
it says
at
you
your
can't
power
move.
card. What do you do?
I don't know. Like, is there a place to get to?
You're completely surrounded by Draco liches. There's a couple in the back who have already started to flap their wings and rise up into the air.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm stuck.
Are you gonna think about what to do, or are you just gonna curl up in a ball?
Guess she's just gonna try and walk past him.
Okay. Just to let you know, part of your legs are stuck in the stuff right now as
Okay.
it froze over.
Okay. Okay, on that note then she'll... As she can't, because she took... Yeah, she's quite literally and figuratively stuck. So yeah, she can't do anything. Not like...
What do you do?
Nothing.
So you just sit there.
Yeah, because she can't do anything.
There's plenty you can do.
No. If her legs are stuck, which means she can't move. Unless you can crack the rock, crack the ice thing away or whatever. But she doesn't have a mace, so she can't use any of her weapons. She doesn't have her implements, so she can't use any of that. She is stuck.
Go ahead and just give me an intelligence check.
Yeah, please do.
How did you deal with the stuff in the graveyard? Was it anything about your mace? Was it anything about movement?
Yeah, she moved stuff, obviously. She hit stuff on the head.
No.
Prayed to the queen a few
Graveyard
times.
of your training.
Sit and meditate.
Okay, so you want to sit and meditate.
That's the only other thing.
Okay. Roll me a wisdom check. Luckily, it wasn't a super high DC because you've been doing a lot of stuff to lower it.
Okay.
You reach down and you just meditate again. Your power comes from the Shadowfell. Death. You use the death energy of others to fuel your capabilities. This is probably the biggest mountain of that energy you have ever been near. So you just focus on it. You reach in. You can feel it, that connection to the Shadowfell. And as the dragons start taking one step, 2 steps towards you, you just focus. And all surrounding you, that hard stone begins to crack all throughout again. That magma starts to flow, and it starts to swirl around you. Harder and more fierce. As these Draco Liches begin to move towards you, their foots sink into it, and they get caught. And they continue to try to move for you, but they start to move with the flow. And instead of moving towards you directly, they start swirling around you like a whirlpool. And one after the other, they all get sucked down beneath below the rock. And you breathe and you find yourself on the rim of the volcano again. And you feel a warm hand touching you on your back.
Take a... Ah, dear. Thanks.
You didn't need our help. You had it in you all along, but it was nice to see you rely on us. And then you feel another hand on your back. This one a little cold.
Mm-hmm.
Do you look around?
Yeah.
You see Conrad on one side, you see Jacques on the other. You look around, you see Sin, you see Nat, you see Damasaries, you see Reyna. And then standing there in front of you is Bartum.
You get like puts her arms around everyone and tries to do like a big hug. Yeah, thank you, and just starts crying a bit. Tears of happiness though.
Sin shirks away from the hug.
I grab Sim back and make sure he's in the hug, damn it.
Grab him by the back of the robe. You're like,
Yes.
no, but you're stronger. So you just pull him back in.
Yes.
And you hug him, you embrace him in the moment. And as you close your eyes and just enjoy it, kind of fades away. When you open your eyes, there's Juan standing in front of you. Almost lost you there for a moment.
Must admit, this Dracula just came and I thought I was a dead girl. But I'm not.
Don't forget these lessons. They will save your life. Sometimes the answers aren't so clear cut.
Then, thank you most of all, Ron. And I'll just go and give her a hug.
Okay, she slowly gives you the pats on the back and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like a long, warm hug. Okay, now if you would, it is very chilly up here, and I would like to return home.
Me too.
Put your arm on my shoulder, please, as she pulls out a scroll and begins to read it.
Yep, shall do.
There's a quick arcane flash, and you're outside the city of an oasis. The sun is almost set.
Oh.
You don't know exactly how much time had passed between one and the other, but it seems like during whatever just happened, there was a bit of time skip.
Mm-hmm.
And one looks towards you. Well, I feel I've done all I can. The rest is up to you. And she reaches in a bag and she pulls out your holy symbol of the Raven Queen and your mace.
Yeah.
And I think you'll be needing these going forward.
Thank you for looking after him.
Oh, I did more than that. She smiles and turns to walk towards the city.
Yep, goes towards said city.
Noticing your holy symbol, it looks a little different.
Is it perhaps shinier?
In a way.
Okay.
Okay, you enter through the gate. You follow behind Juan, who the guards immediately recognize, and they let you guys pass the entire crowded section.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you guys get ushered through, and she heads towards the palace. Where do you go?
No. I suppose since training's all done, I'll head back towards the inn.
Okay.
Yeah.
You start walking towards Sticks halfway in,
Mm-hmm.
staring at your new shinies,
Yeah.
kind of rubbing the side of your head. Almost with a slight skip in your step, you head towards Sticks.
Mm-hmm.
And something comes and snatches you up.
Oh.
You're 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 70 feet. And you get turned around, and there you are met with a very large dragonborn face as it is kissing you.
Hello. And hugs back.
Yes, it's a kiss and a hug.
Yes.
There you are, 80 feet above the city of an oasis. Wings flapping.
That's good. So, thank you for earlier. And just gives him a big hug.
He kind of pauses for a moment, gives you a hug. I mean, sure, but I don't know what you're talking about. Are you okay?
More than okay. Do you like this? As she points to the side of her head.
Oh, I mean, it's new. as he kind of like just takes his hand and rubs across it. I didn't know you had any scars.
Neither did I.
He kind of like grabs the back of your head and kind of leans it forward and he kisses the scar. He says, "I like it."
Hmm. Yeah, so I was at a volcano and you pulled me out of the lava. I'm basically just going to tell another big
Yeah, and
story.
he starts.
Yeah.
He starts just without saying anything. He nods, starts listening, and starts flapping through, flies through his window.
Yeah.
Vithrock is sitting there reading through a book.
Mhm.
She sees you guys come in. You're still telling him the story and going through everything, and he's has a subtle smile on his face as he's just taking it all in. Um, and Vithrock, you know, after like a good 20, 30 minutes of conversation, she kind of exits out of the room. Um, you're exhausted from the pain and stress of the last bit,
Mhm.
pretty tired, and he offers to his bed with you.
Okay.
Also exhausted, so don't expect too many shenanigans. But you know, some stuff may happen.
Mhm.
But you fall asleep, ready to see what comes next, and that's where we're gonna end tonight's session.
Yay. So good.
We will see you guys tomorrow for doggos. Yay!
Yay.
Okay, end it.
Bye bye.